was a rather extensive group stage, and then a finals. Look at that, and I see there was 3 days, 2.5 days of group stage, followed by an upper and a lower bracket final. This show would have happened a little bit sooner, but the holidays massively interfered with me. Thanksgiving happened, and then a holiday party happened last Friday, and I got sick there, so I've been sick all weekend. I'm still not 100%, but I really wanted to get this show out before things had happened. Also, there were a lot of questions. The edited question Google Doc came out to 7 pages before I started adding like notes and answers. Just the raw questions was 7 pages, which is a lot of questions. It's not a record. When I used to do the HC post show, there were occasionally 7 to 9 pages worth of questions. But those shows lasted 4 to 5 hours, as opposed to the 2 or 3 that I've managed to do for pretty much all of my Inside the CCLs and other shows. So, a lot of shows. So hopefully we'll be able to get through this at a reasonable pace. There will be a fair amount of deep dive. And my prep did not shave up as much time as I would have liked, but it is what it is, and we'll get into it. So I don't know what order I want to do these in. There's a lot of meta questions. There were a lot of meta questions at the start. And some of these sort of feed into each other. It's actually really hard. I don't know how I want to do this. Let's start with the individual game questions. Let's do individual game questions. And then we will move on to other things. So Team Nintori versus Team Liam. And I think this game desynced, unfortunately. Let me check. Yeah, it did. This game desyncs because it is a Tomb of the Spider Queen game. Unfortunately, which for those of you who don't know, for some reason the way Spazzo's tool works, almost every single Tomb of the Spider Queen game desyncs. Actually, there's been one exception in recent memory, which is really good because it was a Valimar Malf game that did not desync, which led to a really interesting segue in the interview. So this is a pretty difficult question to answer without Spazzo's tool. It takes a little bit more analysis, a little bit more manually watching. But the question is, did Mathiel's E4 get value this game? And would going the idea get more value than the 7 he picked? And this question comes up a lot. It came up inside the CCL several times, and we looked at it. So the main thing that we determined when we were first looking at the buff or the changed E4 was, did it get value in fights? The answer is almost universally no. The main thing it got value in was actually PvE, if and only if there was something on the map where it had a really high health pool. So Web Weavers was actually like the number one example where it consistently got value. It allowed Mathiel to clear the Web Weavers pretty substantially faster, like 3 to 4 seconds faster than otherwise. But we never really went over why W7 is good. And I actually kind of want to go over that. So we're gonna fast forward a little bit here. This is all just random skirmishing. These don't matter that much, in my opinion. And it's going to be a while before the W actually matters. So here's what most people don't know about W. Your auto marks everything in an area. When you W2 something, your auto gets set on a half-second cooldown. So you can never if you don't have W7 and you W2 someone, obviously that person is marked, but this now marks everyone around them. If you didn't have W7, then you would have to wait half a second, auto, and then be able to Q for healing. So you can't W in and immediately get a big burst heal. I don't think this is a huge issue, because you generally don't want to Q or W in and then immediately Q for healing anyway, because generally you're Wing at relatively high health. There are some exceptions. It also has synergy with the 16, where it causes everyone to take the 8% damage. Now, is everyone taking the 8% damage a good thing? It kind of depends, right? Because if you have a comp that has a lot of spread damage, and you're just trying to get everyone low, and that does punish certain specific healers who are more single target healers, I would consider Brightwing a single target healer because her main heal is actually her Z and her R. Then maybe that's, really, really good. Or, if they're triple frontline and they're going to clump very heavily, which is also true here. So now, those are the mechanics. That's where we're at. So right there, as an example, this is a two-part question, right? Right there, as an example, Blaze gets down to 326. If this were anti-heal, right? If this were the anti-heal 7, I'm pretty sure Vespertine actually dies here. Because Brightwing coming in with the heal would have gotten 40% less. The shield is there. If Brightwing were a different 7, I think it's almost certain. In-game audio seems to be going twice. Oh, yes. Thank you. I forgot. There's a new feature in OBS that I've been playing around with where you can add audio mixing directly from a game. So I had my headphones audio on so you guys can hear what I'm hearing, but I also have the HOTS audio on. So Brightwing different level 7, anti-heal, I think that heal potentially. And again, Brightwing, I think of Brightwing as a single target healer. Anti-heal is generally better against single target heals because single target heals tend to be bigger. There's some exceptions, but single target heals tend to be bigger. Ariel's like the major exception, where like her heal is the same size no matter how many people take. We're gonna fast forward through this. So, like, anti-heal didn't matter there. But neither did the 7. Right? Literally neither talent would have done anything. And didn't. Really notable here, don't spam E. One of the major things that causes Malthael to run out of mana is actually spamming E on waves. You can mark the whole wave just by autoing it. You should never E a wave. Which is another reason that E4's PvE potential is somewhat muted, because, like, you shouldn't be E-ing waves anyway. Try to get an E on the Blaze there so you could gap close him. So there, Wing in, again, really didn't. The 7 didn't do much because everything that he wanted marked was already, that could be marked, was already marked anyway. Yes. A lot of Malthael players spammed a lot of E in this tournament, and it bothered me too. But at least this game, Sven did not spam me. Sven was, well, he didn't spam it on waves, which is a little bit better than other people. Here. So the E hits everything there, hits the Diablo. He immediately W's in. And again, here, everything that could have been marked was already marked. So again, another situation where the W7 literally did nothing. Like the aggression here, by the way, you should be very aggressive when you have a Medivh as a Malthael. Your job is to like really get in there and do as much damage as possible. And survivability is sort of everyone else's problem. I think this is the... I want to emphasize something I think is really interesting. There are a lot of talent tiers in the game where people struggle to decide which one to pick because they're all kind of bad. You can literally have games where they never do anything, where all three talents like never do anything. And if you have a lot of games like that, I think people really want to know what is the correct pick. What is the pick where they're going to consistently get value so they can always pick it? And the answer is there isn't one. The answer is you have to look at each individual game and be like, of these three fairly marginal talents, which one is going to consistently get the most value in this game? So you gotta have to kind of define the parameters a little bit better. There, eating the Webweaver, that 2% actually mattered a lot. Because the Webweaver has, so this is running into the percentage damage cap. So we're gonna do, we're not gonna do 2% of it. We're gonna do 36. And then it scales at... So we did 121 damage by Eing there. For that perspective, Q does 167 damage. So we essentially saved ourselves not quite a full Q by Eing. But it actually, it actually did, like, we can kind of look at the health and get an idea for the overkill. It actually did save us a full Q, so we got to leave that much sooner. The Webweaver's score. What's not happening? My altar. There we go. That was weird. I didn't realize my mouse had made it to the bottom of the screen. Here again, we might get a little bit of E value. Such a good route. Not as good as the route we're going to see later. I'll play Bunker, but not everyone's Valimar. Again, probably a little bit of value there, being the Siege Giant from the E4. This is sort of one of the things about competitive 2, is you have to go a long time into the game, because good offlaners just don't play much. They're too busy managing waves. So like, this is what, the third actual quote-unquote team fight that Sven has been to. Did that matter? We got a W in there. So I think that did actually mark the Brightwing. No, it didn't mark the Brightwing. I lied. It didn't matter. And the anti-heal wouldn't have mattered either, right? The Diablo just had massive overkill anyway. Here, again, spamming E could actually have an effect. Of getting the boss done a little bit faster. Again, you run into the damage cap, so it's essentially one less Q. Not that Q does a ton of single target damage. Sure, trading turn in for boss there was good. It does accelerate the game to 20, which is nice. And actually, it allowed them to soak because the web weavers pushed the waves out to their side of the map so they could safely get 20. And now we're at 20. So misses the E. Nothing really going on there. Yeah, not really sure W did much there. He actually helped. He actually did technically like help kill Bunker a little bit faster there. Obviously, Bunker just expired. It's not like they were focusing it. Tries to get the body block there with the W. Portal out. You can see, like, especially in this composition with the Medivh portals and everything, getting marks on people has not been especially difficult. So W7 really hasn't done very much. And every kill they've gotten has been so high overkill that anti-heal also would not have really helped much, mostly because of position. Sven just didn't have a mark on the focus target unless and if they did it, if Sven did have a mark on the focus target, there was going to be so much overkill from the percentage damage and last rites and the Vala just autoing that, you know. Because they are essentially double sports, so these fights are going on for a long time, which means people are getting, you know, relatively low, and everyone's kind of relatively low. So they kind of have their choice. I think this... Yeah, this is the one... No. Maybe it's a different fight over the turning. So even there, again, the W, the W applying, Mayav's not marked. So like you didn't do 8% damage to the Mayav, right? We're just not. Last race with Bunker available was pretty awkward. Last miss, really awkward again. And you would think, right? You see the triple front line. You Blaze, Diablo, Maiev. That's three, you know, melee-ish heroes that you would be able to consistently W on and get this mortality percent damage and like do this spread damage. And, like it's a really good idea in theory, but the few fights we've seen, they've just been sort of spread out. The enemy team's doing a really good job of spacing. How do you judge if there will be overkill? If they can't bounce the health from last rites. Because if they can bounce the health from last rites, if they have some sort of like instantaneous heal, because every point of healing you give to a last rites target is potentially doubled in value because it not only heals them, it reduces the damage from last rites. So, like, in Ariel, I would expect to be able to bounce their health. And therefore, I would think that anti-heal would probably be better. Brightwing's kind of in an ambiguous spot because even though her heal is very large, it is on a telegraphed timer that lasts longer than last rites does. So, assuming it's a target gets... Assuming you know a target is going to get low and you know your team is going to focus them, and you last rites them, then does Brightwing's heal go off in time? Not if your timing is really, really, really crisp. Right? And some heroes just do a lot more damage. Like Jaina does a lot more damage. Li Ming does a lot more damage. If you have those heroes and you're not playing into, you know, heavy spell armor like a Nubarak, then there's probably going to be a lot of overkill. People are probably going to get 100 to 0 very, very, very quickly. You just got to look at the relative damage numbers and the relative damage types versus the enemy team's defenses, which is not easy to do. There is one more fight. Here, we have someone marked, so we can potentially go in, but we're going around. Up. I think they did the sensible thing here. Nice. Beautiful, by the way. The synergy between Mouth and Malthael is really clean, because if you soft cleanse a Malthael and he's holding down his unsoft button, then he just gets unstoppable. It's... He did die there, to be fair. So here again, we get the W. We get the damage, but everything was already marked. So we didn't get any benefit from the level 7, other than we did 8% damage to an additional target we would have done.
For most, death is an inescapable web.
And again, we're getting a little bit of value from the E4 here. Spamming it on the boss. And that's 2 Qs that we didn't have to cast, essentially. Wing there was not. The W there, mortality only applies to heroes. Don't W for damage on PvE targets, even if you have mortality. It's not a huge amount of wasted mana, but it is some wasted mana. So here, a lot of posturing, and I'm gonna get a bird's eye of that W. So we get the E on the Web Weaver, again, 1 less Q. So we get the W in here, and this W definitely applies to at least a couple of the PvE targets here. But he does get the auto off, so again, W7, other than doing the spread damage. We do have the Johanna anti-heal. One notable thing about anti-heal is the anti-heal stacks. And it really is, like, the higher you get the anti-heal, the more effective it is for obvious reasons. So the anti-heal here would have done a lot. Again, we're lacerating when Bunker is up. Didn't need the damage there. So the way the game actually played out, I hear that it's something down. The way the game actually played out, W7 got value like once, which isn't a lot. The slow probably would have gotten a little bit of value. The anti-heal also, surprisingly, into Diablo Brightwing also would have gotten value. That their overkill was just too high. By the time someone was into lacerate range, and Brightwing's Z was often unavailable anyway, and it was used earlier in the fight for sustain, and the Malthael wasn't even there a lot of the time. I was actually a little surprised this game overall how few Brightwing Zs there were. I feel like there definitely could have been more Brightwing Zs, and that would potentially up the value. So E4, good amount of value. It allowed us to rotate early 2 or 3 times by like 2 seconds, basically the cooldown of a Q. It helped a little bit with getting boss out a little bit, or getting boss down a little bit faster, so that we could then fight past the boss. And 2 or 3 seconds in being able to just dive past a boss is actually quite a lot. Yeah. Also, thank you, Sven, for not spamming Eon waves like many people did during this tournament. Don't spam Eon waves. There you go. And now I got to do an annoying thing. Sweet. No. And a lot of the questions are like that, for the record, where we're gonna have to watch a fair amount. And I tried to pick and choose questions where I'm like, yes, you are correct, or yes, that's how it works, and pick the ones where I actually watch the replay and do a little bit more of a deep dive, a little bit fairly, I guess, because some of these I think have very old answers, and I'm perfectly happy to just say them. But I really that question get asked a lot, and I really wanted to do a deep dive into it to explain that there's no real consistency to answering the question, because in any given game, all three talents are going to have fairly marginal value. They're never going to be like bonkers insane, um, but they can be better or worse in some cases. Madara versus Team Mason. And we are actually going to use Hasu's YouTube VODs to answer some of these, because it is easier than watching an entire replay when I only have to answer one question that is 17 minutes and 20 seconds into the game. This question is, wasn't Cocoon used pretty late in the fight? Did they want it too much? What's a better way to use Cocoon there? So they're 19 to 16. They don't really want to fight that hard at all. Team Mason really wants to fight. Like, Team Mason really wants to fight pre-20 and get a fight going off. So they don't want to go hard here at all, right? And when you don't want to go hard, you don't want to be pushing your buttons, because that just means you want to have a fight later. They just want to prevent anyone from dying. I don't know how Madara. Go back a little bit further. How did Madara get so caught out here? Oh, okay. He wraps around. Right, so they're not trying to fight here at all. They're just trying to keep their boy alive and then get out. If they find a positional advantage and they do it, and they do get a lot of damage onto Mason in the back. And then here is, I think, when a noob ease in, someone's gonna die. Like, the thing I always say when I'm coaching new players is, when a noob ease in, someone should die. If it's you, it was a baddie. If it's someone else, it was a goodie. Well, someone else, on the enemy team anyway. I do think that here, the moment you E in, you should be thinking, who can I cocoon? Who is in range that I can cocoon? And he should immediately cocoon Weary Day. Right? The only argument for not cocooning Weary Day here is that the Genji is also kind of in range, and Genji is a reasonably good cocoon break. And you can see he does it so late. So clearly he was like very focused on the positioning of what the rest of his team was doing. But again, they didn't necessarily want to fight there at all. They only ended up fighting because they, won the damage trade, found a favorable position. But yeah, I wouldn't say the cocoon was more than a couple seconds late at most, because I don't think that prior to that, the Anub had a very good opportunity to use the cocoon to secure a kill, which is what you should be using cocoon for. At best, he'd had an opportunity to secure the point. And like, winning at camp when you're 19 to 16, when you could be winning the fight instead, is just terrible. So I don't think his cocoon usage there was problematic at all. And we have another game. This is Team Madara versus Team Mason game 3. And the question is, the game went super long despite a very early mouth pick. Could Madara team have punished the early pick better in draft, in game, or is early mouth not punishable? Is variant not just a free win into mouth? So one thing you have to consider on every map, but to some degree more on Tomb, is how much total wave clear your comp has. Minions do triple damage to structures, which is something I never get tired of saying, because most people don't know it. And so once you get a pick, like once you get a kill, a lot of your ability to follow up on that kill and get value out of it is how hard you hit structures and how fast you clear waves, so your wave can be pushed up and hit structures. This comp has terrible wave clear. Like Hanzo at level 4 has acceptable wave clear. It's not good. Q4 is only acceptable wave clear. But Thrall, terrible wave clear. Blaze has relatively good wave clear, but Blaze is your offlaner. Blaze, when you get a kill, generally has to like instantly leave and go be elsewhere because it's their job to manage the map. So we only care about post 4 essentially. Like this fight arguably shouldn't even be happening because they're and like why is Varian the one double soaking versus the Leo when this whole thing is going on? This is not a good decision overall. And they do end up winning the camp, which helps quite a bit. Ultralisk manages to save himself. Interesting that it went on the Varian thing. Basically, there's another kill that happens. I don't know if that's right. This is a relatively low kill game. Like, so here we have we get the combo, we get the silence, we get the nonsense and the whatnot. They chase, they get another kill on the Sylvanas. Death timers are 20 seconds at this point. And then they immediately go to clearing waves. Like Hanzo's up here doing his best to clear that wave. Naz leaves. Nasmus leaves to go bottom. I don't know why Caesar Salad inted right there. But you can see, like, they don't have a ton of siege potential. Like, this wave top is getting a ton of value because it's being largely ignored. But not a ton of siege potential. And pretty much the entire game, every time they get a kill, there's 2 more coming up here. Okay, so important note, killing Leoric doesn't count. Leoric comes back faster, and in some cases, Leoric being dead is actually an advantage because of the amount of vision he gives you. We get the Diablo kill. Oh look, Diablo has souls, so he comes back. So again, like they're getting a little bit of damage here, but if this were like a Vala or maybe even a Vala Sylvanas like combo or something, then they would still have a lot of kill pressure, and they would just be able to. But because the Sylvanas stuns the camp, so the reason this game goes on for a really really long time is because even though Madara's team is pretty likely to win every single team fight because of the way their comp interacts with Team Mason's comp, they have to wait till death timers get really long. They have to have actually killed Malf, Chromie, or Sylvanas. They can't kill Diablo or Leoric because Diablo and Leoric essentially just come back too quickly for it to matter. And they just have really poor wave clear and really poor siege as a composition. How big a difference would a winning offlane have made for pushing buildings? I mean, a winning like if this was Samuro into Leoric, it would have made a huge difference, right? Because then they would have been constantly pressuring that building. But bottom fort like already died. It's the one thing they managed to kill. It would have helped a little bit. Obviously, having winning matchups helps. The question is, did they need Blaze to win the team fights? And Blaze is actually one of the single best counters to Malfurion. I don't think we saw a good example of it this game. But Malf can't burst heal if he can't W people. You can't W people that are in a bunker. So if Blaze charges in, stuns everyone pushes all their buttons, and then everyone who's in melee range gets in the bunker, Malf actually can't heal the focus target. And if assuming they're still alive, they'll just get chipped they'll just die to they'll get chipped down by the Q streams. Again, assuming they're still alive, which they frequently will not be. I think this is weird. I didn't like this from Team Otter. I think it was like a little bit too aggressive. Arrow mostly interferes with the follow up as opposed to actually securing anything. Unfortunately, they're brawling to prevent the enemy team from taking boss, but they pushed a lot of buttons. There's not a lot of benefit there. They did stop boss from getting taken, so strategic goal achieved. I mean, here they got a kill. It's a real kill because Diablo didn't have full souls. You know, they have a little bit of a camp going, but again, can't get stunned. This fort, remember the first kill they got, where this fort, or like the third kill they got, where this fort was already at like roughly 75%. The fort's still at roughly 75%, and they just got another kill, and they still couldn't like do damage to the thing. It's just not possible. So I think there's an expectation that because you have a winning composition, like your comp is good into their comp, you're going to be able to win early. That is rarely the case. If your comp is an early game comp, you should be able to win early. But I do think Moder's team is very favored here. But I think that given the map especially and how poor their wave clear is on Tomb, in order for their comp winning in fights and winning in general to matter, they have to go to the late game. I would expect this game to last 18 to 20 minutes or so. Like, reasonably. It does end up lasting a little bit longer than that, but they kind of get... You know, the red team manages to sneak a turn in, stuff happens. The pick on Thrall happens. So eventually they actually get... You know, it ends up going to like 27, 28, 29 minutes. 30 minutes? Oh, no, this was the 33-minute game, right? Yeah, this was the 33-minute game. But eventually they managed to get a straight 5v5. They get a kill in the Diablo that actually matters, and they transition that into what do you mean? But it just takes a long time. Don't think that a pick comp is losing because it's not ending the game early. Sometimes it takes a long time. If you build a comp that's really good at picking off targets, that comp may not be good at macro, and comps that are bad at macro, generally speaking, cannot end early. You're much more likely to end with a Sylvanas comp than a Hanzo comp. Team Notori versus Team Mason. So game 2, which was Shrines. So this was pretty bad. Need to back up a little bit. This is Notori can see them. Notori can see Team Mason and sees them going up. They're hiding in a bush. You know, maybe they're on the camp. But the reality is Team Notori does not know where anyone on Team Mason is at this point. They see the Hogger here. When you see the off lane, sometimes that's an indication that the rest of the team is on the opposite side of the map. But in this case, the opposite side of the map is here. So you should assume, right, that they're either on this camp or they're sitting in this bush baiting, hoping that you'll rotate your try to gank the offlane. Those are one of the two things that you should assume is happening when you see Hogger alone over there, right? And the next shrine is top. So Team Notori needs to shift their focus to the top side of the map. You know, Nano should start queuing these bushes, or maybe Garrosh starts queuing the bushes, and Blaze should be shifting down. There is a chance that they're like big brain, and they're all sitting. They all like rotated around and are actually sitting in the bush that's right here underneath this camp. But instead, everyone except the offlaner goes down to, I assume, power clear this wave, which is, they don't want it pushing into the keep during the objective, so like it does need to be cleared. I don't know why the entire team needs to clear it, but the same sort of principle applies here. I see Maiev Gul'dan down here. I'm like, oh, well, their whole team's there. They wouldn't leave Maiev Gul'dan there without their tank, right? That wouldn't be a thing that would happen. So when I see Blaze top here, I know Blaze is completely alone. I know that. I am 100% certain that Blaze is completely alone. So I'm just going to dive in. Like, a building at this point in the game is not create enough safety. And so I really like Team Notori's understanding and decision making there around vision was pretty poor. And I don't think through the rest of this game they're ever all alive again. I think that just ended the game. Yeah, you really can't be making bad rotations like that. You always have to be considering vision. I think having Blaze clear that by himself would have been fine. I think clearing it as 5 would have been a bad decision because they probably would have lost the fort. But it would have been a better decision than having someone like it. So Deckard seems solid with Emerald. Should Notori have made different talent choices? This was actually an interesting game for this specifically. So generally speaking, into double support, Deckard should go big pots because big pots allows you as a Deckard to keep up. And generally speaking, double support doesn't have enough burst to just 100 to 0 someone during whatever their CC options are. So what you can actually do is put the big pot down, guarantee that it's going to get big, and people can just like walk back and pick up the big pot. And you actually have almost enough healing to match double support. The reason I really like Blessings here is Blessings is a really good burst talent. And one of the best ways of countering double support is isolation. And you isolate someone like relatively far away from the saves, the other supports, and then you just burst one target out really, really, really quickly. Garrosh, because of the way his throw mechanic works, can actually do that with some consistency. Garrosh can get someone far enough away, but that is a higher execution way to counter double support from the perspective of the Deckard, because you're putting yourself in a position where the Garrosh has to find a target, it has to throw them far enough away to isolate them. I also don't like the Garrosh level 1, if that's the plan. I would actually prefer the other level 1 that increases the throw range. So I don't have if this were any other tank, I would actually think that the third team is kind of troll. Because it's Garrosh, there's a chance that it actually is a little bit fine. But again, you're really putting all of your eggs in the basket of we can throw someone and 100 to 0 them before either support is in range, or before one of the supports is in range if we're throwing it. Right? And if they had taken different talents, they could have approached fights pretty differently. I think I have to watch the replay for this, so let's see if the Hopefully this does not desync. Everyone enjoying their holidays? Fun fact, the reason that Spazzo's tool is still working is because I haven't patched the game. As long as you don't ever actually enter the client directly. So there's two questions in this game. One of them is Sven going Way of Illusion seemed ineffective. Would Way of the Blade have been even better? So Way of Illusion is the only thing that works in PvE because it just straight up increases your attack damage. Way of the Blade really only does a lot versus heroes because of the armor reduction. And the Way of the Wind is kind of increases the speed of your rotations because you can E to rotate at this point. And it gives you a tiny bit more self-sustain. But they have a comp where they're basically trying to damage buildings. They don't really want a team fight. So they have the false side in one lane, the Samuro in the other lane, and they're just trying to, not fight in order to win the game because they're in double support. You don't win versus double support. The problem is Sven doesn't finish Way of Illusion. Way of Illusion is only a pickable talent if you finish it. So at no point during this game does Sven finish Way of Illusion. And I think the thing is you really it's hard to finish this game. He's up against a Junkrat here, which is obviously terrible. Junkrat's hard to get clones on in the first place. And it's just incredibly awkward. He gets ganked, which is obviously bad. Because your clones can't hit things when you're dead, as it turns out. And the other question is going to be around 4:30 in this replay. There's actually quite a few questions about Uther level 1 talents. So we're going to talk about Uther level 1s a little bit. Uther, 3 level 1s. Silver Touch, reduce the damage. So you reduce damage from heroic sources with devotion. So you have to heal someone so they have armor, and then if they take damage during that, for every instance of damage taken, you get a stack. After reducing damage 40 times, heal Lilith's mana cost is increased from 80 to 60. After reducing damage 80 times, heal Lilith's mana cost is increased to 40, and its range is increased by 50%. So some people take this in double support because otherwise they run out. And some people take this in double support, or when they think that Uther needs more sustain healing because of the CDR and the mana refund. Base attack enemies 75 times. Doesn't matter if they're out, camps or minions or whatever. Basic attacks reduce the cooldown of hammer just by 1.5 seconds. Passive basic attacks restore 1.5% of Uther's maximum mana. Uther, in general, should push all his buttons and then try to die. So if you're trying to die, the best thing to do is to be in the front line. That's even his soul support. I think that is the optimal way to play Uther. And I base that opinion on the fact that there was a period in HUC where everyone thought Uther was unplayable, except for Hyde, who had an 80% win rate on Uther, which was above his team's. It was actually 93%, which is above even his team's average. And Hyde would always go ham with the Lightbringer. He would try to get the quest finished early without compromising his play too much. There was actually, I think, one kill Hyde missed once from not following this rule correctly, where he dismounted on Sky Temple to finish the quest. And because he was dismounted, he couldn't get in range for a follow-up stun, and someone lived. But generally speaking, he did not compromise his play to finish the quest. Waited until it got finished naturally, which is going to happen inevitably. So Weary Day would not have been finished with the quest here, so I don't think it would have made a significant difference to this kill because he would not have been getting Um, would not have been getting the CDR yet. So here's the kill. He gets the initial stun. Some stuff happens. Porky actually goes down here to like catch himself on the edge of the terrain. So when he gets pulled not as deep in. So it's not like Uther would be getting the CDR here from these autos. That just wouldn't be happening. The actual Weird actually does something that is really bad here, though, in my opinion. Here, he backs up to not stack with Godfilth, and he goes away. Right? And then he walks back in. I don't understand why he didn't just run to the left and try to absorb some damage, and then he ends up dying anyway.
That was just mean.
So like either he thinks we can't get this kill because we're too low damage early on, and I should just be disengaging. In which case he should run up and to the right to be closer to the Stukov, so that if he starts getting focused, he has that additional healing. Or he should run into the enemy team and try to like maybe get a stun off. Like the CD's coming back up. The only time I like Q1 in double support is if it's actually main tank Uther and you have two pokey range heroes, which I don't think Maiev qualifies as. And you actually go Holy Shock, and you're essentially healing and Q16. You're essentially healing yourself. You step up to get vision, but whenever you step up to get vision, people auto you. That's just how tanking works, essentially. And instead of being beholden to this relatively long cooldown Q to heal yourself, or having your other healer sustain you, you just start Holy Shocking the enemy front line, and you get healed for a ton, and it pretty much mitigates any sort of pokes. I think he definitely was afraid of body blocking his team. But body blocking his team only really applies if they're going in... Body blocking your team is only a thing if you're going in different directions. So either everyone should be leaving, or everyone is certain that this kill can actually happen, and he should be, doing something else. And it's not unreasonably early. If he was E1 and had actually... He wouldn't have finished it the way he played. But if he was E1 and had actually been trying to finish the quest, there's a chance he could have had the quest finished at some point during that fight and started getting CDR and would have had more and more and more stuns, which maybe would have. Yeah, I don't. One of the hardest things about learning to play different styles of comps is that, especially at a high level, everything influences positioning. What cooldowns are available. How much damage potentially is coming in. All of these things influence positioning. And so the way you position when you're double support is different than the way you position when you're not double support. And I think it was Quacknix used to say that the reason he hated double support in 2017 was because people could int and then live, and that really bothered him. But the positioning you're allowed to have when you have two healers behind you is much more aggressive than the positioning you're allowed to have when you only have one healer behind you. They weren't inting. That was just the correct positioning for double support. But it looks almost suicidal in many cases. So if you're positioning conservatively when you're going to win the damage trade through sustain, that's probably a mistake. So I think Weary just hasn't played enough double support to understand how different the positioning has to be. Because his positioning was... But even for Soul Sport Uther, I would question his positioning. It's just not he's not dying hard enough. And to be fair, you shouldn't necessarily be committing to a fight like that early, especially depending on I don't want to go back and look at the lanes, but depending on the lane state, when you should commit to a fight can change a lot. And so here we have back to Sven, the Way of Illusion thing. This is he's hitting buildings. This is what he wants to do all game. He just wants to hit buildings. He got to 23 stacks pretty comfortably during that time. I mean, yeah. Uther's essentially, to some degree, doing part of the tank's job here, not the healer's job. P7 dies again. And you can see he just doesn't. The thing is, based on the way he's playing, where he's not really coming to fights, and I don't know if the other level ones would have been better, but this level one did literally nothing because he didn't finish it. There we go. We finally finished it. It's so late though. We're like level 17, so we're gonna get a little bit of value out of it at this point. For reference, a lot of some romaines on like ladder, which ladder's a very different environment, especially from a game like this. They're finishing at around level 7, so this is like 10 levels higher than we would normally expect this to be. I will also note that due to the current patch, Way Evolution is currently bugged and stacks on everything, so finishing it is completely due to a bug. So if you see people finishing Way Evolution really early after you go play HOTS after this, it's not that Sven is bad. It's just the quest is fun. Really good safety clone here. So yeah. And Way Evolution actually ended up getting a reasonable amount of value this game once it was finished. But the length it took to finish it was quite long. But it was a shitty game to have to do it, because he kept getting paired against ranged heroes in the off lane, who were objectively harder to stack on. He got ganked twice. And, when you're dead, you can't stack, so that's over a minute, I think, between the two death timers where he was unable to do any sort of stacking. But good play otherwise. It's from Sven. I really like Sven's Samira play, actually. And many questions have been asked about it, so I've been forced to watch it in quite a bit of detail. Mason versus Cure. Another really good question here. Sven was oppressive that game. I don't know if I. Way of Illusion is the best talent pick there if you finish it relatively quickly. The fact that he finished it at level 17 mitigates the value a lot. But it is a shitty game to have it. So it's really hard. It's really hard for me to be like, yeah, I definitely would have gone another talent there. Minutes. So this is something that's really important to understand when you're pushing. And this was extremely common knowledge in HGC. When to leave when you're pushing. So if you have a talent tier advantage and you have a camp advantage, then you can push for a good long while, even if it's what is sometimes called slow sieging, where you're just standing back and poking at the buildings and letting your range to the buildings, and your tanks are just kind of zoning for them. Your healers standing up, and if you're letting the enemy team potentially make a mistake in the defense, and you get a pick, and then you can push even harder. But that doesn't happen here. We get the wall. And we have the people who aren't here are both globals. Bribing's a global, Falsehead's a global. It's relatively easy to get. So really, this is a 5v something push, and then they just get the wall, and they leave. Why did they leave? Because Thrall's going to be alive in 8 seconds. So if you were to leave right as the Thrall rezzed, right, the camp would be lower because Zagara and Hogger are going to start doing damage to it. You would be in a position where maybe Thrall gets, like, the enemy team dismounts someone and stops them from leaving, and everyone has to take a second and back up. Especially Dahaka doesn't even have a mount, right? Dahaka, it's harder for him to get out of here. Like, there is a bush right here, but maybe you don't get to the bush in time. And then you have to turn around and stop it. So maybe you give the opportunity for Team Mason to force a fight 16 to 18 5v5. You're winning the game. Obviously, you don't want to give them the chance to have an even team fight. That is terrible. Your comp is based around having these globals, having uneven fights, and then chipping away until you have a significant lead and you can end the game. So they leave with 8 seconds left on the death timer. Generally speaking, if you are sieging and you're not up a talent tier and potentially able to end the game, and they're going to be alive as 5, you should be leaving between 5 and 10 seconds left on the death timer, so that none of these inconveniences that happen will catch you out and accidentally force a bad fight, especially if you're ahead, because literally the worst thing you can do when you're ahead is to have someone die. It's actually the worst thing you can do because of the way comeback experience works. You can throw away your entire lead, and it's just not worth it because you can just wait till 20. And even here, we just maybe there's some chance we win that fight, right? Maybe if we actually engaged it, but what if we just gusted them away instead? What if we did that? There's an argument here that Team Mason's team should have stopped chasing at some point, but they're really far down. What sets Kira's team apart when they play triple global? I mean, the main thing is Kira just has a lot of experience playing all sorts of interesting comps, and Kira has really good comms, really clear shot calling, and as a result of that, if Kira's shot calling, everyone sort of generally knows what they should be doing. And if everyone knows what they should be doing, then globals are really good to play. The hard thing about globals is playing around vision, understanding who should be where when. Even I don't know why these are all mid. Falstad being top here is a little awkward in my opinion because Falstad can't fly to bottom, and now they have to deal with this camp. And it seems like the early game, who was where, was actually a little bit awkward from my perspective. But they cleaned it up in the mid game a lot. They get that fly there. And to be fair, their comp does kind of want to scale. It's not a comp that's going to do a ton in the early game anyway. Really good drag there. And I think Kira streamed his POV. So for anyone who's really wants to dive into that, go watch Kira's POV of this game and listen to how he called things. Would Spell Shield on Thrall and Zag have made a difference? So those are the new 13 talents. I looked at it. They would have made a small difference. Most kills in this game were from people being relatively far out of position. There are actually a couple times where it technically would have reduced Diablo's healing because Diablo heals for the amount that W deals. And so I think there's actually one instance where Diablo might have died. If he died, it would have been extremely martial overkill. Only game Kira streamed his POV was Grand Finals. Oh, really? Man, for some reason I thought Kira streamed all his games. That's unfortunate. Oh, was this one of the ones where he was casting with Hasu? Because he did cast some games. Well, obviously he didn't cast this game with Hasu because he was playing in it, but I know he didn't stream those, but I'm surprised he didn't POV stream. I guess that kind of makes sense, because you don't really want people listening to your comms. For some reason I thought he streamed all his POV. That's unfortunate. Should Mason's teams have played differently to secure level 16? So we're going to go. So I don't... Going for this camp is so aggressive. And look at that. They don't even... If they had actually stood on the point, I think they would have capped the camp. And then they would have been fighting in the spell armor, which would have given them a huge advantage. But I think going for that camp is pretty questionable. I think going mid, soaking, securing 16 was at a minimum a much safer thing to do, and certainly wouldn't have put them in this position. Team Mason game 2. So this is a Arcanus question. Would block on Artanis have been better into the enemy damage structure? No. So yes, block on Artanis would have been better in the enemy damage structure because it's very good into Zul'jin. It's very good into Thrall. I don't love, but and your double support, right? So your job is to live as long as possible. Healing magnifies the strength of armor to some degree, which is why when HC was a thing, we had Yrel's E4. We saw a lot of Yrel E4 with double support when that comp was being played a lot. So, but it does slow down your race like fairly significantly. And if Artemis is not an amateur opponent, they really don't have a single hero who can go credibly race and threaten the immortal. So yes, block would have been better. You do have the blind, which makes the block not as good, although you can block attacks and then blind people. I think it comes down to are you going to win the game via getting camps and the immortals, or are you going to win the game via team fighting? If you really think you have to win team fights in order to win this game, block is better. But if there's any possibility that you can, go sneak a camp, put a lot of pressure on them that way because their wave clear is just not very good, then amateur opponent is better. Did we really see that? Did we see, Also, right here, like unironically, amateur opponent did a lot at getting this building down faster. Like pretty much the whole reason that they win this race to get this building down is because of amateur opponent. This does work against buildings. So yes, amateur opponent would have been better if they really thought they were going to win via team fighting. I think that they can win by having slightly better macro than the other double support comp. Would Healer Yrel have worked this game? Healer Yrel would have been pretty good this game. There was some value out of the movement speed from the 4, but from Hand of Freedom, but not a ton actually. Arguably, this is Q-Build Zul'jin, which means that armor actually would not have been as good in many cases. So, yeah, Healer Yrel would have given them even more sustain. And sustain is a funny thing, where sometimes having too much sustain against a stacking hero just gives them more and more and more stacks, and eventually they just outscale you, which is certainly something that can happen with Zul'jin. And the way you play Healer Yrel, like a lot of the time when you're playing Yrel, you're eating over a wall, you're knocking people in with DW, and no one's in range of you, so no one gets the heal from the D. You have to play a sort of peel style of Yrel for Healer Yrel to be like viable, where you're actually frontlining, and combined with your own personal self healing, you sort of hit your trade almost on cooldown to use an ability. Hopefully, the ability gets some kind of value, and you're sort of dealing with chip damage that way, and eventually you win the war of attrition that way. So like we imagine like this is too far away, right? So this is fine. Albatrox standing here would be fine if he was Healer Hero, and he just like knocks people away. But then he like splits because of the Immortal Stun. Also doesn't funds the root there. So like he should have gone up, and if he'd gone up and he was playing Healer Yrel, he could have charged his W again, and then probably D would have been back up, and he probably could have saved the Vala by healing her with D. What was the logic behind lane swapping? Don't give Zul'jin stacks. Whenever you see a Zul'jin and you see lane swaps, it's because you don't want to give Zul'jin stacks. Same thing applies to KTZ. If you saw KTZ more competitive, you would see that. Also, honestly, on BOE, there was a point in the Korean HEC where people just always traded forts, and I'm not sure that's wrong. Unless for some reason you drafted a comp that is better late game on BOE, which people don't really do. Generally speaking, if your comp isn't powered by 13 on BOE, it's not a good BOE comp. I'm not convinced that just trading forts isn't always correct for both teams. It feels like Valimar goes for a lot of raw roots this game. Which is conventionally a mistake? Is he abusing some kind of tactic that secures the root, possibly the linear path of retreat, punishing self roots, or maybe a slow that we are not seeing? Yeah, he rooted on the wall. One of the things about Lucio's movement that makes him that you really have to master in order to counter Lucio is Lucio's movement is always somewhat predictable because Lucio never wants to go off the wall. So, like, that's a good example. We'll look at a couple more. Next fight. He's also the middle of Mouse roots instantly. Not quite instantly. There's a short delay, but then it grows, and it's important to understand exactly how it grows in order to land follow-up roots. But if you want to land raw roots, you actually need to think about hitting people with the exact center of it. And I don't know, Valimar's good at skill shots. I don't know what to tell you. So here again, this route is mostly for peel. It's just allowing funds to sort of get to the bunker. And again, it's look at the center of it. The center of it is literally on top of the heroes. So it is to some degree like he's targeting heroes that have relatively predictable movement, and even to some degree, the comp that they're playing against has relatively predictable movement because double support kind of has a front to back sort of play style, generally speaking. We'll get another one here. So there's not like an undisclosed slow that you're not seeing. There's nothing like that. It's literally just predicting movement and sort of in some cases playing for knowing where people are going to go because that's the style of their comp, and being really precise with that center so you're minimizing reaction time. Team Nintori versus Cure game 3. Oh, this must have been. Oh yeah, this wasn't groups. This was playoffs. Yes, yes. Okay. I kind of don't want to answer this question because there was a slight bug with Thrall's level 13, but the question is how impactful is Thrall's level 13 spell shield since the buff? Thrall's level 13 spell shield has always been pretty good. Like let's be clear about that. It's never been like a bad talent. It was not particularly good in this game. It didn't do a whole lot, but that's because a lot of their damage is sort of coming from autos, right? And outside of judgment combos, they weren't really like bursting a lot of people. Um, really good hook there. I just want to point out this is really difficult to do because Shockwave has a delay before it goes off. So like Bloodcool sees the hook, and I'm pretty sure he starts casting it before like it's just so fast. And then he does the trade combo, and it's just beautiful. Oh, did you actually hook him into a Junkrat trap? That's even better, actually. Oh, there is right there. Oh, oh, and he gets oh. I did not see the Junkrat trap the first time I looked at that. Might as well call me mockery at this point. Okay. So yeah, the 13 spell shield is good. It was a little bugged. The bug is now fixed, so it should be even better. It didn't have a huge impact this game just because they're not Thrall's not really being far forward. It's hard to focus the Thrall in the situation. A lot of the damage Thrall took was sort of pokey damage, but Thrall already kind of heals through pokey damage. So it didn't do a lot of this, but it could have, right? If he had been massively caught out of position, there's a reasonable chance that if he hits the spell shield, it buffers to the Brightwing Z, and they have a really good counter swing. Was Junkrat's build correct for this draft? Uh, so Junkrat, I've never been like 100% happy with this is the game, right? With Junkrat's builds and what people have gone. So this is the hyper carry Junkrat build, where you go extra wound, timers, taster explosions for the stack. We actually played this on Oxygen in CCL, but we had a Medivh comp, and we were essentially playing double support hyper carry Junkrat. And it is a ton of damage, once you get it stacked, and you assume fights are going to go on for a while, and you can do a lot with it. I don't love it here by any stretch of the imagination. Let me look up. I may have to. So if you're playing off of traps in such a way that you're primarily going to get kills when you trap people, and Stitch's comps are like a really perfect example of this. And I didn't even see the trap there, but like there's a trap there, right? We hooked them into the trap, and that's how they died. And we can go back and look at every individual kill this game. We're not going to, but we could go back and look at every individual kill this game and see how many of these kills did we get because of Junkrat traps. Like this fight is wild, by the way. I totally forgot that this happened. This fight was just completely insane. So extra wound timers actually did a lot there. But generally speaking, extra wound timers doesn't actually do that. Doesn't actually end up doing that much additional damage in PvP. It does a lot. It does actually more damage, additional damage in PvE, and it does sort of change your wave clear breakpoints at various levels, so you can leave a little bit sooner if you're queuing the wave. But if you're playing purely off of traps, and I mean purely off of traps, you're really trying to blow people up off of either W or E somehow, and there's some reliable way to set that up. I really like blow them up uh, because you do 25% more damage to basic attacks and basic abilities for 6 seconds, and it's more burst. Like Tyrael was mega dead on the hook that we saw in the trap, right? So it didn't really matter there. But there are situations where the little extra damage from blow him up actually does help a lot if you're playing off of traps. So Cocoon, Stitches, Gorge, Maiev Disc, Zera VP to some degree. There are definitely a number of comps where you can be playing purely off of traps to look for kills. Because you can put them under people and they're guaranteed to go into them. And I like that quite a bit. Shattering Teeth is really about zone control, because if someone gets trapped, it should be threatening, and the more threatening you make the traps. So, yeah, I mean, Wound and Wound are spelled the same. I think it is extra wound timers. Like, you wound the timer for longer so that it doesn't go off as soon. But I keep saying Wound, because it's what my brain defaults to. Extra wound timers also gives you a little tiny bit of additional vision, because the frag grenade grants a little bit of vision and it lasts for longer on the ground if it misses, which does matter quite a bit in competitive in various circumstances, where you can kind of like throw it into a bush and it not only scouts the bush, but it continually scouts the bush for like 2 or 3 seconds. Sometimes you'll see Malf in competitive just like randomly W a bush. Same thing. They're just doing it for the 3 seconds of vision. So, Chattering Teeth. If you're getting dived, I really like Dirty Texture. But if you're playing off of traps, Sticky Wicket, really good. W build can be really good into heroes like Hammer. Like anytime you're able to consistently get the reset, Boom Pow is like an insane talent. So yeah, I didn't love Hypercarry Junkrat here. It's an interesting idea though, because he's essentially, and like Bombs Away is not a talent you take with endless nades. Generally speaking, because generally with endless nades, you're standing far enough back that you won't be able to auto. And Stitches is not really a frontlining tank with Gorge. If Stitches is playing for Gorge picks, he's generally going to be relatively far back, so you don't really have anyone to step up for you and do that sort of thing. The funny thing is, Q-Build Junkrat like this probably is, on average, pretty good into Malf, because if you outrange Malf, then it's really hard for Malf to heal up poke damage. So it didn't perform, like they didn't perform badly this game, but I think that I don't think the build really mattered whether or not they won or lost. I'll put it that way. But I didn't like it, and I do think the other build would have performed better. Would it have performed better enough to shift the game? No. Dirty Trickster is really good into Judgment, incidentally. You make yourself a very undesirable Judgment target. So I definitely think that I would have taken a different build on Junkrat. I don't know exactly what that different build would have been. But because you got to compromise between, you're into, and you don't know for certain that it's going to be Judgment Material level 7 either. So do you hold your 7? So it's a whole thing. Was Malfurion's W7 better than Cleanse this game? Spicy question. You guys ready for your spicy question? So Nature's Cure, activate to remove all stuns, roots, and slows for anyone who has a Q on them. Nature's Roots increase the root duration by increase by 25%. I think it's 1.5 by default, right? So that's like an extra. I can't do math. It's like an extra quarter of a second or something. When Malfurion is stunned, the cooldown of Healing Roots is instantly reset. This can only occur once every 10 seconds. So Malfurion's probably not going to get stunned a whole lot this game. So the second part of that is like relatively irrelevant. With the increased... Oh no, this is E. W7. Each hero hit by Moonfire extends the duration of currently active Regress by 1 second. I don't think it would have mattered that much, to be honest. It does help your mana a little bit, but there weren't that many W's like really happening in these fights. The Team Curious comp is just so far back most of the time. And like you can't really cleanse stitches. Like you can't cleanse Gorge, right? But you can cleanse the follow-up to Seed of the Gorge, and Q is not likely to have expired in that duration. So I think Nature's Cure was definitely the pick there. I do think it's interesting. Mouse other level 7 talents are quite strong in some cases. Um, but the problem is that cleanses used appropriately are often like next to heroics in terms of power level. Game 4. I don't know why this is separated. Oh no, I know I did it that way. Okay. Total banger of a game. Should double support with inferior race avoid trading objectives phase 1 and try to fight every objective instead. So double support wants to scale. The later the game goes, the better double support becomes. It is a inherently any style of deathball comp is inherently a late game comp because in the early game you're forced to split and you don't want to be split. And also, like, you want to win team fights, and winning team fights becomes more significant the later the game goes because death timers are longer, yada, 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 yada. So, like, Joe wants to be Joe and Dahaka want to be soaking, like, all the time during this. Um, and they do want to be stalling. The problem is, if Joe goes off and soaks, Dahaka can come in with his global, but everyone else can't. Also, the only person who can reasonably race is Vala. But if Vala is racing by herself because everyone else is stalling, then they have no kill pressure. So they really are in kind of a position where they want to go try to stall the race. They want to, maybe get some blinds on the auto attackers to reduce their damage. But they don't want to brawl. So they are going to lose the objectives. They need to scale into their comp. And I think this is honestly, like, other than the fact that I think maybe Dahaka should have been soaking that whole time. Maybe. I don't really see a problem with their early game decision making there. They basically want to slow the game down as much as possible. Pick whichever option will slow the game down as much as possible that you can realistically achieve. Just trading and straight racing is not slowing the game down as much as possible. Uh, 18. This was a bad blessed. So the question is, was it worth using Blessed Shield when Maul is about to respawn? And the answer is no. Blessed Shield, in general, engages should only be used if there's a reasonable expectation that you will actually manage to secure a kill. So here, they're into a cleansel support. So Brandon's thinking if we can Blessed into a drag, maybe we can pull the Chromie in and get a kill with just the 4 of us, even though we actually don't have any damage. Stugov slaps them away. That's not a good trade. Trading slap for Bless is just not a good trade. And then the aggression continues. Aegis being used here is fine. Aegis essentially should be used like cleanse. But now they spooked them away, but they're really not in a position where they want to fight without these important cooldowns. But they do want to fight because they're double support. So now they're in like an awkward position. Would Sands 20 be more valuable against Uther's armor? No, because the trick to Sands 20 is you have to get people to stand in the sands for like an extended period of time, and that just doesn't happen. This is so hard for Team Inventory because Dahaka's pushing top, but because no one's going to instantly die into the double support, Dahaka always has the option to burrow in. There's a question on here that wasn't timestamped, which is Dahaka. Should Dahaka have dropped, or should Sukov have dropped Puddle as soon as Dahaka was time trapped? And I think it happens in this last fight. I think I remember commenting on it. Porky is so far away from his team here, by the way. This is completely insane. Posturing, posturing, poking, posturing. Putting a puddle directly under a time trap target is a little awkward because generally speaking, Stukov would like to W the target before he silences them so they can like get the massive slow. But like here, I think this is what we're talking about. Yeah, I think putting the puddle under here would have been totally fine because I think Diablo could have done. He's in a bush though. He's gonna have the movement speed. Yeah, it's not good. The aggression. Get the immortal clear. Play continues. Play continues for a long time. There's one more question. So here, the question is, should they get immortal or should they just go core? I think that they can, reasonably speaking, just go core here. The problem is if they mess something up. Like it's 3v that's 3v2, Vol is dead. Getting immortal is certainly the safer option because if they mess anything up, like pressuring there, they have no damage though. The Vol being dead kind of sucks. I didn't realize it was the Vol that was dead. I thought it was one of the supports. Yeah. No, clearing the immortal's fine here. The problem is they're kind of screwed either way, right? If they go core, there's a chance that they can end. But if they give up, if they get the immortal, then Team Inventory cannot end without backdooring. But if they backdoor, they're probably going to lose the game. That's such a tough call. I think just going for core was the safer play, but it is like a terrible situation, like an absolutely monstrously bad situation to be in. Because these three people cannot DPS the immortal very well. They just can't. They cannot DPS the immortal very well, and so they're not going to get it before people start rezzing. But they also like are very unlikely if they go core to be able to end the game and kill anyone because most of their like for the same reason they can't win the immortal, right? Most of their damage is going to be end up coming from the catapults. Honestly, they might have been in checkmate at this point. They might have actually been in a situation where neither decision could win the game, and they just had to hope Team Inventory made a mistake. But when you're in a position where the enemy team has to make a mistake in order for you to win the game, you can only punish that mistake if you're engaging with them. So if they're on the immortal and they see Sonya clearing bottom, they're not engaging with the only person that they can see. If you want to go back further and be like, how did we get to this game state? That's different. But from that position, I think they actually can't win if they don't force something. Team Nintori versus Team Kier. I used ChatGPT to try to help me summarize these questions. It didn't do a great job, if I'm being honest. But it's interesting that so many people ask questions about Team Kira versus other teams that it summarized it as Team Kira versus various opponents and then posted the questions. I thought that was funny. You're welcome to. All right. So we have Entomb, Arrow, Tranquility, APOC, VP. I think that AA build Zeratul is primarily good and competitive when it can reasonably split push, which is when it can actually win the 1v1 and it does, you get to 20, you have a very reasonable threat to core. AA Zeratul actually can win the 1v1 versus both Junkrat and Hogger pretty well. So AA Zeratul is fine here in terms of does it meet the criteria that I think wins games for AA Zeratul and competitive, right? And we, Cure is absolutely down here doing this nonsense, getting building damage as you should be. I do think that they aren't very likely to get huge VPs here. The way Hammer works is Hammer stands relatively far back. Junkrat stands relatively far back. You're not going to get a huge VP. The biggest VP you could get here would actually be to all in someone while VPing Deckard, essentially using it as a very expensive cocoon, which is pretty mid, right? As things go, it's not great. So yeah, I think this is fine. I do wonder if the unstoppable frames from Breath would have been better, but then they have Arrow APOC, right? I do think that you should be APOC whenever you have a Hanzo, and I'm saying that who's going Arrow anyways, regardless of your build. You can be APOC Diablo with W build. That's fine. It's allowed. No one's gonna like come to your house and arrest you for the build police don't actually exist. But Keyblade is really theoretically better at playing for one shots. I don't know if you want to be playing for one shots when you have a split pushing AA Zeratul though. So actually, I don't have a problem with the heroics. I have a problem with Diablo's general build. I think this should just be W build. I think W build would have performed fine here, even with APOC. And it still would have, allowed Zeratul to do Zera things. Build Mafia is very real. So this is a general question. This is not specific to this game, but has CDR 7 on Diablo and Keybuild generated any value this tournament? Obviously, it's generated some value. The build is not bad. I do think Keybuild is primarily playing for the one shot, and therefore Malevolence, which adds damage to your next auto, is quite a bit better because it's better. It does more damage, so you're playing for the one shot. CDR did not generate a ton of value in this game or in most other games. They basically either won the initial engage or didn't. And yeah. If you win the initial engage, you don't really need a ton of CDR. If you don't win the initial engage, did you miss the initial engage by like 200 to 300 damage? Well, Malevolence would have gotten you that kill then. So 1345. Oh, this is a very weird specific question. Is it worth dying to get the keep? So Zera's here. He's pushing the wave up. Diablo dies. Zera here could probably start walking away and maybe get out with auto CDR. Like if he can find something to auto. Is it better for him to get the keep and die, or to not get the keep but maybe live? Let's say him living is 50. If him living is 100%, I think it's better to live. If him living is 50-50, I think it's better to get the keep. Dying is obviously really bad though, because look at the experience. They're just barely into level 17. And now they're like a third of the way into level 17. It's like a third of a level for him to die there. Again, one of the worst things you can do when your head is die. They still have all 3 forts up. Like, But I think he burned too many blinks, thinking that they wouldn't be quick to rotate for him to realistically get out there. He even burned his R blink, right? So he couldn't double blink out. And I think in that situation you probably need to go. So I think he's dead no matter what. So obviously, if he's dead no matter what, getting the keep is better. For the record, there were 7 pages of questions to start. We are now down to 6 pages of questions. I'm gonna need to start going through these a little bit more aggressively, I think, if we want to have any sort of reasonable time on the stream, because it's been an hour and 51 minutes, and at 1 page per 2 hours, that's too long a stream in my opinion. Kira versus Madara game 2. No, it can't be that one because Kira's co-casting it. When did Kira play Madia? Oh, was this actually a group question? Yeah, this was a groups question. I don't know how this ended up further down the document. That's my bad, I guess. How much value did Shockwave provide throughout the match? Additionally, was Hogger's positioning too aggressive given his limited escape options outside of E, and how did this impact his effectiveness? So this is a really good question because one of the things about Hogger that's really difficult is bad spins killing you, and then not having like a backup option. Because frequently, if you're hortipult, you can sort of hortipult in, make it so a choke is unaccessible to the enemy team, and then E, and frequently that E will end up doing a bunch of damage, but then sending you out if you line it up correctly. Also, I'd like to appreciate that Blood Cool actually uses trait. And so, like, there, his team didn't engage. Could his team have engaged? Was that a good shockwave? I don't know. But his team didn't engage, so the shockwave ended up doing like. And we can actually just kind of fast forward. So here, shockwave comes back up. Ton of value. Insane value off of the arrow. Right? Like, and I think the thing that I've come around to on Shockwave is I generally think that Hortipult is better because it keeps Hogger safer. And Hogger wants to get, in many cases, the wall stun is literally the most important part of Hogger's kit when it comes to team fights that isn't pummel. And so you're more likely to be able to hit a good Q off of Hortipult existing than not, right? So, but if you have some sort of AoE stun combo, or just an AoE stun, and then you can combo Shockwave off of it, Shockwave becomes much better. The downside is that you personally need to be very aggressive in your positioning because you need to be hitting people with the open part. So that was a really good example where there was kind of a fight on the top, and Hogger kind of flanked from the bottom, and Arrow came in, really cleanly executed. But judging that positioning, where it's like relatively safe for you to step up that far because you see that like the tanks are far away from you, and you're coming in from this flank that's relatively safe, is relatively inconsistent. And then here we have. So I love this play. Rich, near the end of HEC, sort of started casting Arrow on cooldown, literally on cooldown, whenever he was playing Hanzo. And he was like, he got asked about it in an interview once, and he was like, yeah, you should just be literally using it on cooldown for picks. Like, if you get it, that's great. If you don't, it's a short enough cooldown that it shouldn't matter. And so here we have Arrow, Shockwave, boom, bing, bang, boom. And Yeah, if you can reliably have Shockwave as a follow up to another stun, and you can see the cooldowns are like very lined up, I think that's really good. So I don't love the fact that everyone goes like Shockwave in competitive. I think Shockwave is kind of niche by comparison to Orbital because of the way it interacts with Hogger's kit. But if you have something else in the comp that can pretty reliably secure Shockwave value, then Shockwave is insane. Also, someone asked me to comment on this Valimar route. This is a question specifically for this game. Again, look at the positioning of the route. This is where Blaze is going to come out of the bunker, and this is exactly the center of the route. So you predict, Valimar predicts Blaze is going to come out of the bunker right there. Now, could Blaze come out of the bunker up top or down below? Sure, could have. Did he? Nope. Yeah, and generally speaking, when you have this aggressive positioning as Hogger, you want to play around vision and literally walk up to people from like a bush or something. And so you have the option, you still have the option to E away. So it doesn't work on every map. It's not going to work on maps that are relatively open, like Volskaya, but it should work fairly consistently on shrines because there are a lot of bushes and a lot of other vision bricks. Team Cure versus Yabway game 1. I believe. Let me double check. I think this is groups. Yes, it's this game. 1-3. Wait. It's a fun game, right? Yeah. This is. No, this can't be the right game. Because Cattle was playing this game. One of the questions is, would this match have been close if Cattle was playing? I think that question may be for another game. No, Cattle was playing this game too. It wasn't this game, was it? Oh, maybe it was this game. Yeah, it was this game. Okay, I'm just insane. Kira versus Yaboy, Towers of Doom, game 1. There were enough questions for this game that require stats that we have to. So during my prep, somehow I mixed this up with a different game and looked at the wrong game. So we're gonna go into this mutually blind, having having no idea what the answers are. It's so interesting because except for the cattle question, every single question asked could have applied to the other game I was thinking. I guess that just happens sometimes. You know, who's to say? Quick reminder that I have been completely overwhelmed by the holidays, depressed, and sick the last like 2 or 3 weeks in some combination at all times. So. Hey, we're down to 5 pages of questions. We only have like eight game. Oh no, there's another page. I was gonna say we only have like 8 games of questions left, but I lied.
Prepare yourself for battle. The battle
Okay.
begins.
So I hate Maev's level 4s. I hate Maev's level 4s because they constantly generate questions about which one is best. And I think the answer objectively is, well, I hate the question because it's hard to analyze it even using Spazzo's tool. So here's what you have to do. In order to know that a Fan of Knives got reset, you have to check the mana restored. So Fan of Knives always restores 30 mana. So we know that at some point, that twice this game so far, Chaotic has gotten a reset. So two resets. And then you have to check this one, Blade Dance, Sudden Vengeance, or Pin Down damage to heroes. And you have to check how much damage the level 4 they actually took does. But then you have to manually look at what the Maiev is doing. And be like, well, would Pin Down have been more damage? In addition to that, all of which sucks so far, you have to look at every time they clear a wave, and if they use Q to clear the wave or Q to clear the camp or whatever, and then ask yourself, would Blade Dance have made that faster? And does being faster there impact the game more than the potential extra damage in fights? So like there, he blinked directly onto Hanzo. Hanzo doesn't have a huge health pool. Sudden Vengeance did 96 damage. So we know Sudden Vengeance has done a non-zero amount of damage. There have been competitive games where Sudden Vengeance was taken where it literally did 0 damage. Because Maiev isn't always blinking in onto targets. It's not always her sort of play pattern. The Vala showing here, by the way, makes it very obvious that everyone else is hiding in that bush. Not that they really could be anywhere else. Like, it's not reasonable for them to be anywhere else, but like, Kira knew. And then this zoning is quite good.
Ready yourselves. We must claim them first.
And the big thing we want to look at as we're fast forwarding through this. So again, here, how much damage did that do? 343. So we knew it did 68 before. So now we've hit 2 targets. One of them was a Diablo for like a pretty reasonable amount of damage. And at this point, Pin Down would have done 0 damage because there has been no chance for us to hit, no chance for us to hit 3 targets. A little bit late on the silence. Someone said that Banana said that he acknowledged he was playing like a bronze for most of the tournament because he was rusty, which I think is pretty funny. Banana definitely did not play well in the early matches.
Fire the towers. Destroy the
He cleaned up his play quite a bit as the tournament went on. So again, here, little bit of damage. Only on 1 target. And again, Pin Down would have done 0 because there's no chance for us to have finished it yet. I think reasonably Blade Dance would have finished that camp a little bit faster because we got 2 Qs on the camp, so Blade Dance would have actually. And it's kind of this is one of the most awkward things about Maiev talents because until you get a single stack of Pin Down, it's a dead talent. It literally doesn't do anything. The E talent, as we can see, is doing something. Is it securing kills? Is it doing enough damage to like make the difference? Well, not yet, but maybe it will. Right? It's actually sort of irrelevant damage so far. Totally useless. Blade Dance is the only talent we could have picked that would have been consistently getting value because it would have sped up our camp clear and our wave clear by a little bit, and we literally just saw that like here. So at this level, we can give a really concrete example right here. Blade Dance is doing 68 physical damage. This later minion currently has 124 health, 271. That one that just died. That had less than 68 health. This one now has 39 health, so it would be dead. And because this one would have died already, this one would now be dead because we would have taken that auto damage and moved it over to the other minion, right? So Blade Dance would have given us objective value here, and this wave would now be completely clear instead of having one minion remaining, as opposed to the 474 poke damage. Same thing here. Blade Dance would have already had this wave completely cleared. Well, not this one because it was too far away, but the rest of the wave would have been cleared because 68 damage spread out across all the minions adds up, you know, very, 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 very quickly. No value from the 4 there.
The altars belong to those who claim them.
So I hate the answer because if you look at Hero's profile, E4 has the highest win rate on average. And I think E4 has the highest win rate on average because I know people don't clear waves correctly as Maiev. They often don't use Q. Even if they are Blade Dance, they frequently don't put themselves in the very middle of the wave so that when they Q, the Blade Dance actually hits everything. And I think E4 does a lot of damage in this very limited context of you see a big clump, you blink onto the clump, and W it and just start spamming Q, because if you miss the Q, E4 will have still done damage. So I think you have to, in order to play Maiev, you have to be really good at hitting Q resets. I think that's arguably the most important part of the hero from a mechanical perspective, is understanding how to hit Q resets. And if you can't hit Q resets, you probably just shouldn't be playing Maiev. But if you want to play Maiev anyway, E4 is going to be your best bet. That being said, E4 does not seem to give consistent value in competitive in any game I've looked at. It does do damage, but that damage never seems to like make the difference, right? It's white damage. It doesn't actually, like, it's what people accuse Lunara of doing. Yeah, her number on the scoreboard is really high, but does it actually lead to kills? And frequently the answer is just no. But Blade Dance, significantly increasing your PvE, makes it so that occasionally you will rotate faster. And you will always get value out of Blade Dance if you're consistently clearing the wave correctly on land. So again, here, a little bit of additional damage. Let's see exactly how much damage that did. I didn't need to hit back twice. So we're at 474. Sport a little bit. You know, that did like 798. It did over 300 damage. Diablo was literally fluff, but it did 300 damage. But again, there's not been a single situation where Maiev could have possibly gotten a. And so here, this is literally the first opportunity where there's been enough people on the screen. I'd also like to point out that you can't go pin down and disc. I think going pin down and disc together would be pretty troll, because with disc, you're voluntarily removing a target, which makes it much less likely. I also don't think you should go disc very often. I think the default talent for Maiev should be cage, because of the way cage interacts. If you get 3 people in a cage, you're going to be able to get tons of Q resets on them, like guaranteed, because the cage keeps them there. The way it synergizes with Maiev's kit and how much damage it enables her to do is like pretty insane. Disc is fine in some cases. Disc is actually fine here into Diablo specifically. Like Lightning Breath is usually something where you kind of have to back off from it, but Disc makes it so you can just be like, nah, like pause, and then you can continue the fight and hopefully push into this. But I don't think you should go pin down plus disc. I think it's really important. So you can look at that fight. So here I want to look at one specific thing, which is how many resets did Maiev get there? Maiev, by the way, has still only gotten 2 resets. So 1 reset, 2 resets. Yeah, we have doubled the number of resets. And now, how many heroes did those resets hit on? So that's just 2 heroes. I think that was just 2 heroes again. And then we missed that one. So again, at this point, Pin Down would have done literally nothing. But in that fight, the only E we used was Over the Wall. Sudden Vengeance is still 798. Sudden Vengeance also, in that fight, which we lost and mattered a lot, also did nothing. Blade Dance, in both cases, would have actually done something. It would have helped us finish the camp faster. And we got like 3 Qs off, 2 of which were resets. So it would have done an additional 80 damage times 4 targets. Now the funny the janky thing about Blade Dance, I'm gonna back up to that fight again. The janky thing about Blade Dance is that Blade Dance only has a range of 3. So actually, I think it's entirely possible that first Q, no one was actually in range of it. 3 is pretty short. And that second one, definitely, they're more than 3 range away. So Blade Dance also may have gotten like 1 damage instance this fight, which technically would have been more than any of the others, but still means it would have done actually nothing. And this is exactly like the earlier thing about the Mathiel talents, right? Where like frequently a lot of these talents are going to do nothing. So E is always going to do something if you have if you ever have a situation where you're Eing onto people. It's always going to do a little bit of damage. If Blade Dance is always going to do something in PvE, it will frequently do nothing in PvP. Like frequently will actually do nothing in PvP because of the range issue where you're standing far enough back that you just don't hit people. It's a little bit more likely to do something if you're Cage, but if you're Cage, you're also very likely to be able to finish Pin Down, in which case you should be Pinned Down because Pin Down doesn't have a range restriction. Once you finish it, it also works in PvE, and it just does more damage. If you can finish it. And so we had another game where someone asked a question, so I ended up having to look at it, with Funds playing Maiev on Tomb. We were at 120 mana refunded. Did we get an additional reset there? We did. We got 1 additional reset. And Funds went pinned down and never finished it. That's bad. But it was on Tomb, and frequently they actually had they were actually a little bit slow in clearing waves. Blade Dance actually would have done a lot there.
You will rise again, hero.
Guys. Did we get another reset there? I don't think we did. We were at 120. Reset. I heard it's best to complete your quests in the next game. So we got 1 reset there. Was that enough? Wait. Change vectors.
Lay claim to the others. Do not
We get it. So that was not a reset. No, it was just on Kira and Brandon. I kind of wish Spazzo's tool worked on older replays, because I would love to use this same thing looking at lockdown replays to sort of show you guys how lockdown played my app and how frequently you got resets. This game goes on for quite a while longer. We'll fast forward into the late game a little bit. We do need to get to these questions, but basically what it comes down to is E4 is probably always going to get value if you E onto people. if you're ever Eing away or you're saving E as an escape mechanism, like depending on how fight, or you're comboing it somehow with pull to guarantee the pull happens, it's just never going to get value. Blade Dance will literally always be good in PvE. It actually does change your wave clear breakpoints. It makes camps a little bit faster. It is unlikely to work in PvP if you're playing Maiev well and your spacing is actually good, because the range is just too short. You end up too far away. Pin Down will literally always be the most damage if you get even a single stack of it, which just involves hitting 3 heroes all together one time with a Q. If you can look at the enemy draft and be like, yeah, they're gonna clump. Enemy draft and the map and be like, yeah, they're gonna clump together as 3 at least once, then you should go Pin Down. I don't think that's reasonable this game. I don't think like Hammer, Hanzo, Dahaka, Mouth, Diablo is gonna ever. You're gonna get two people at most, right? Assuming their spacing is good. But if you're like a Maiev one trick on ladder, people clump a ladder all the time. You should just learn to be good at Pin Down.
Heroes, I have opened
Hello, Silverbell.
near our
Welcome.
Oh, my heroes shall have this.
Oh, welcome to Aleza as well. I didn't see your message earlier.
capture the altars and be sent.
Oh, fucking good. Don't do this, by the way. One of the main things that set Lockharder down,
Altars and be sent.
Lock down apart, and made him like do a lot more damage, is he never tethered single targets. Tethering a single target is like pretty low value unless your team can like hard focus them. And what he would do is he would always tether 2 targets if like at all possible, and then he would frequently actually just stand there and farm Q resets on them, because it puts you in a position where if you walk away, you trigger the tether and it does damage and you get stunned briefly. But if you stand there, they can farm Q resets. And when I say stand there, I mean he literally didn't stutter step. He literally stood still and made sure his Q was getting the reset. And one of the things you'll frequently see if you watch a lot of Maiev players is you'll see them like cast a Q this way that misses, and then their model will suddenly turn this way. And clearly what they were doing is Q, and then they tried to move. And like, it's really important you get the Q resets. It is better to find places where you can stand still and just farm Q resets than it is to try to move while doing it. Because you're gonna do hyper carry levels of damage if you're getting consistent Q resets. Keep you have D like stay alive. And Blade Dance actually. Ooh, wait. Did it happen? Okay. Maiev is blinking onto a target that's actually gonna die. Did sudden vengeance 2783. Oh, we did like 200 damage. Bear in mind at this exact point, Blade Dance would have done 97. So Blade Dance would have been half as much damage, but was actually close enough that Blade Dance would have also, done the damage. So we're trying to look for Hammer's recap, which should be target number 2. 50 overkill. So technically E4 did the most there. I think Hammer was dead no matter what, but technically Blade Dance would have still been alive with like 100 health. Well, 50 health.
To their grave.
And this is what I mean. Like, even though E4 has done damage this game, that's the first time that E4 has actually resulted in a kill happening that technically, would have required an additional button, an additional auto, an additional something. And obviously, up to this point, Pin Down would have done literally nothing because we've never hit reviewable. But Blade Dance would have, done half as much damage as E4 while having all of the camp benefits that we've been talking about, PvP benefits. I'm going to fast forward to the end of the game. Give you guys the raw damage number for how much damage E4 actually did. this game. 3.4k. It's not like a low amount of damage, right? It is for a talent we get at level 4, it feels pretty marginal. Like Maev's total damage this game. Maev's total hero damage this game. Actually 30k, so it's like a significant portion of her overall damage so far. And we're coming up on that. Okay, so 6,670 damage. Maiev did a grand total of 46k hero damage. So it did. Let's 6. It did 13% of Maev's overall hero damage this game, which is actually pretty high. It is sort of a nearly ideal comp for it, right? Where pin down is never going to get value because of the fact that these two heroes are both very long ranged and have different ranges. Malf should never ever be clumped with this frontline, and it is, Banana on Valimar and Malf. It was very good positioning. I was like, that's not right. So the question we have to ask is: would Blade Dance's minor PvE utility have done more? And we saw a couple instances where it would have been done a camp a little bit faster. It would have cleared a wave a little bit better. We actually missed a couple minions of soak because we had to back off from the wave. That happened once or twice. It is pretty marginal. I do think there are, in an ideal Maiev draft, Maiev will be able to finish pin down. And if you can get even one stack of pin down will literally always be the best level 4. But if you can't finish pin down, you have this compromise between percent damage where you blink onto people and you have this very linear like playstyle, or you have a little bit of PvE utility. And they're kind of marginal in both cases. So, but I do think that the argument between Disc and Cage makes it a little more interesting, because pin down does have active anti-synergy with Disc. So if you're in a game where Disc is better, maybe you do want E4, which is a revision from my previous stance. My previous stance on Maiev when I looked at this before was you basically never want E4. If you're good at Maiev, you should be able to hit your Qs. And I think Disc being buffed is what caused me to revise that, because I've never seen a Cage Maiev who can't finish pin down, because Cage is so big that you will usually be able to get 3 people in it at least once or twice. And as soon as you have 3 people in a Cage, you should be able to get a single sack of pin down, in which case it becomes the best talent. But if you're Disc, not only do you not have that tool anymore, but you've actually made it harder to get Q resets in many cases. So Yaboy versus Notori game 2 groups. No, it was me. I asked the question. He's being funny because it was I literally asked that question because I wanted to know the answer. Tori versus Yaboy. 2. This is another Deckard question of what 13 I think Deckard should be this game. So this time there's no Garrosh. There's no ability to isolate targets, and it's again into double support. So this time I do think it should be big pots, and it was. It was in fact big pots. There is exactly one game I have from competitive where someone misclicked their 13 and ended up going AoE pots when we had a triple frontline call. and it was actually legitimately good. So if this fall set or this task were like another frontliner, which would be terrible into the Mephisto Maiev, to be clear, I think it'd be kind of interesting to see what the AoE pots would have done. But I do like the big pots this game. I do think this is a very hard draft. Diablo historically has a terrible win rate into Maiev, and that was true even in HGC when she didn't have percent damage as an option at 16, which she now has. Yeah, I do think it is big pots. So I do think that was the correct talent. I don't think they lost because of talent choices. Yaboy versus Notori Game 3 playoffs. Should this be taunt? Yes, 100% this should be taunt. Garrosh Tychus only really counters Diablo. So Tychus, in order to drill someone, that person needs to be CC. Tychus can't like stutter step and do his damage. So if you throw taunt at Garrosh, the only time decimate is also really the only time decimate is really better is if you can't burst the target and you're going to be playing for long fights. And the 20 really plays into that as well with the damage reduction because then you end up playing for like very very long fights. Decimate did get some like catches this game. It actually did like an okay amount. I do think optimally this would have been taunt, and you would have just thrown taunt to the Diablo. We had a couple. Was it level 17? It's right around here. Obviously, this doesn't apply because you can't kill the Diablo when your Tychus is in Odin. Like here, we're getting a little bit of slows, and sometimes that slow allows you to like step up and fit. I call it fishing. You can do it with Garrosh Cube. You can also do it with Decimate. And here you actually have to throw range, which makes Anduin a little bit worse frequently. And like there, it wouldn't have mattered, right? Taunt wouldn't have mattered because the pull happened. So Taunt wouldn't have always been better this game, but it definitely would have been better anytime Anduin was a little too far back or when pull was on cooldown. And I do think that you should sort of, generally speaking, you should give Tychus as much CC as you possibly can. Slink is right. Oh no, this is the Malfruit. We already watched that. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. Hero versus Yavoy game 2. Oh, this was a Haka question. Which we actually have a few of. Is it this one? I think this was finals and it was game 3. Maybe not though. No, it was this game. Yeah, it was the Dragonshire game with the Vikings. Wait, was it with the Vikings? Yeah, it was the Vikings. Okay. This happened later than I thought it did. Did I scroll past it? I must have scrolled past it. Okay. So the question is, should Dahaka have been Apex Predator here? And the answer is I don't. I understand the argument. The argument, of course, is that if your teammates have enough crowd control to use after throws and finding a decimate even if playing for one shot, I mean, yes, but that assumes that your team is always there. Whereas if Garrosh has taunt, he really just needs himself and Tychus there, and you can pretty much 100 to 0 people, depending on what level 4 Tychus is. If he's bigger they are, you generally need one other person there to do that last little bit. Basically, Tychus Grenade can get them down to like sub 20 after bigger, but it depends. I would rather need one less person there and have taunt than need all 4 people there. In some cases, all 5 people there and have decimate. Yes, Garrosh can taunt in midair. So if you and one thing people really struggle with when they're doing this is they'll have their index finger on E, and they'll use E and then have to move their finger over to R, which means that they miss the timing. If you're going to do that, you should have your middle finger on E and your index finger on R, so you can ER with separate fingers. And then, or bound it to your mouse button. Like, I don't care how you do it. You should have separate fingers hitting throw and taunt if you want to do it cleanly. I think I actually want to look at the VOD here to explain why. Apex Predator would have been a little bit interesting. Was it the semis? Game 2? No. So it was groups. Hero versus Yapboy. Hero versus Madara was the opener. Versus why can't I find Kira? Is it this one? Yeah, there we go. I actually move my left pointer to R when I'm looking to throw taunt. Sure, I don't care how you do it. So let's look at the game. Let's look at the game state at 20, because I don't think you should ever plan to go Apex Predator. I think Apex Predator is something that you can pick in some situations where it's going to be really good. I think the conditions for Apex Predator being really, really good are all of your forts are alive, is number one. If all of your forts are alive, then you're in a position where keeping your lanes shoved is really, really easy. And having Z always available means Dahaka can very aggressively push into any given lane that he thinks is empty. And if the enemy team starts to rotate, you can just Z out. And Z will be up again very, very, very soon. So you can use it just as like a ha ha ha, I'm here and now I'm not mechanic. So top fort's already dead. I wouldn't take Apex Predator here. The argument to Apex Predator, especially on Dragonshire, is that you never need to take full 5v5s, especially if you're winning. You can always just sort of rat around the map, and you only need to control one of the 3 objectives at any given time in order to make sure that you're fine. The problem is the enemy team also has a global. Vikings Play Again is essentially should be used as a global where it requires some forethought where you have to send a Viking to where you want to be in like 10, 20, 30 seconds from now. But then you can always, respawn the Vikings there. So whether that's you have Olaf in the fight and you bring all your Vikings to the fight, or whether that's you send one Viking off and Olaf and usually Balog are at the fight and Eric goes away and then they die in the fight and then you respawn them. And like you transition into pushing really hard with the 3 of them, depending on if you won or lost the fight or whatever. So I don't really see what it does. Also, having multiple bodies with like the Vikings do can actually block isolation. If you ISO a Viking, it's super sad. And really good Vikings players will actually um, micro the Vikings in between telegraphed skill shots to absorb them on purpose. Because losing a single Viking is better than losing a hero. But that doesn't work if you go contagion, right? If you go the level 20 upgrade, it just doesn't work. Um, so I don't think Apex Predator was a good choice here, but Apex Predator is basically a good choice when you're already winning the game by a lot in terms of structure advantage, and it makes it so you can pull the enemy team apart without any personal danger to yourself. And while we're talking about that, someone did ask a question: how did Dahaka talents perform this tournament? We'll look at that. And the answer is they all performed pretty well. Enduring Swarm had the lowest win rate at 50%, but there's only 4 games. Tissue Regeneration, 24 games, 58%, and Enhanced Agility, 7 games, 71%. And part of that, a little bit, is the people playing them. You can see like Sven has a certain preference for talents, but he won all of his Dahaka games. Yaboy has a certain preference for talents, won 60% of his 20 Dahaka games, which is quite a lot. I think. And you can see, I don't agree with this. There was a time when I agreed that the idea of the extra tick of Enduring Swarm, because it actually changed your wave clear breakpoints, was fine to take on its own without W7. I no longer agree with this because Dahaka essentially got a bug fix that gave him an additional tick, so it essentially gave him half of this talent for free. And now, because those wave clear breakpoints are already changed for you, and I don't think the extra tick actually changes anything significant at any point in the game, you should only take it if the spell armor is good. But if the spell armor is good, like if the spell armor is really, really good, then W7 should make you literally immortal, right? So, meh. Like, yeah. And this is like the full immortal build, um, which obviously it was only picked 1 game and didn't win. But I think that is the argument. And so all the level 1s appear to be performing pretty well. It's a small sample size, but Enhanced Agility performed the best. I do think playing Dahaka aggressively while like going into bushes and looking for these, using movement speed to look for these aggressive tongues, and essentially just like winning the game off of tongue is pretty good. I do think it's interesting that playstyle should be better with elongated tongue because you can tongue from further away. But even in games where the speed was taken, Tumbling Claws, because Tumbling Claws gives you a safety mechanism, right? If you miss that tongue, frequently you're in a bad position and somewhat overexcited. But Tumbling Claws sort of fixes that to some degree. I'm not going to say it's like preference. I don't think it's preference. Which Dahaka build is going to perform best in these circumstances? I think it comes down to the comp and the map. A comp with a map with a lot of bushes where you're going to be able to like look for flanks because you have like a significant wave clear advantage. Enhanced agility is going to be better. Brawly games where you're eating a lot of like auto attacks and poke and like a relatively open map, so it's hard for you to get bush speed. Tissue regeneration is just going to perform better. It's going to give you higher map uptime. It's going to give you a lot of consistency. And into comps with tons of spell damage with multiple front lines or relatively short range heroes, Enduring Swarm combined with Symbiosis is going to be really good in fights. But generally, comps like that, generally, with some exceptions, have like some macro issues. And Feeding Frenzy, as weird as this sounds, is actually the best split push talent because it allows you to just start using your tongue on buildings, and tongue does a ton of damage to single targets, and buildings are single targets. Was Thrall's Earthquake the wrong pit into Brightwing? This was Mater versus Liam game 2. I think it's this game. Yes. Do not do not go Earthquake into a Brightwing, especially if the Brightwing goes Magic Spit, Critical Mist. The amount of healing that a Brightwing can pump out under these circumstances is like legitimately pretty insane. I realize Blue Team won the game. Also, they didn't even get to 20, and in my opinion, the main reason you go Earthquake is because how good it is at 20. So I think it's really funny that they didn't even get there. And this segues into another question that people asked a lot about, which is we're gonna start hopping around. Are the Muradin players picking? No. Why is Muradin performing so poorly in this tournament? So Muradin, I think, had 27 games. Games. He had seven. I knew it was a 7. Muradin had 17 games this tournament with a 29.4% win rate, which is pretty low. It's not the best, shall we say? And Caterpillar played it 5 times and won 3 of his games. Gotfilth was 0-4. Tremor was 0-3. Porky was 1-1. Caesar Salad was 0-1, and Brandon was 1-1. And Muradin is kind of a generalist tank. He's relatively versatile, but I think the way you have to play him is actually deeply unintuitive. And basically the way you have to play Muradin is you have to abuse his trait. So you have to be constantly active on the map, being as disruptive as possible during the laning phase of the game. Not necessarily like looking for kills, just annoying people. Like you walk over to a camp and you check the camp and you stun someone. Now the camp is slowed down. Maybe you stand there for a little bit and they auto you, and then you're like, haha, and then you jump away. And then you just chill until your trait heals you back to like 70, 80%. And then you go back and do it again. You have to be, in order to get value out of Muradin, you have to be constantly active, constantly annoying, and if you're not actively doing one of those two things, or doing that, you have to be regenerating from your trait. There's actually a correlation. I'm not going to say it's causation. There's a correlation between ladder win rate of Muradin and their healing per minute. Which is pretty funny, right? Muradin does have a few other healing tools besides his trait. There's other ways to like jack your healing up, but look at the win rate of talents here. Like Third Wind had a 60% win rate, and it's not that Third Wind is good. It's that the people who were good at Muradin understand what he's good at, and took this in games where Dwarf Block was bad because it is the backup option. If Dwarf Block is not good, and frequently isn't into Lucio, Tracer, Genji, all these very, very meta heroes, but you pick the hero anyway, then your backup option should be Third Wind. And so I think this is more highlighting the people who understood Muradin are the ones picking this talent. Sledgehammer helps you a little bit with Immortal Race and a little bit with camps, but it doesn't help you at all in fights. So unless your comp is really desperately short on those things, don't pick this talent. But it was picked in 12 of the games. And I tell you guys, most of those games it did not get any value. Or minimal value. It can't get no value. All you have to do is stun a camp once and it got some value. Thunderburn is only taken if you're going healing stack. I will say everyone who did this did not go. I mean, we did see one game of Stone Form. So it wasn't huge. It should be Stone Form. It should be Avatar. You should also make sure you save Stone Form for after you Avatar, so that the percentage healing is amped quite a bit. Heavy Impact didn't win any games. Skullcracker won a few. Skullcracker is actually insanely good tech into many heroes. Arguably, if you're into like a Yrel, Muradin actually becomes sort of one of the best tanks you can have in the game. And the Muradin just sort of follows the Yrel around during fights, and your offlaner becomes your other frontline. But that only works if your offlaner is someone who can frontline, like you drafted a Blaze or a Dahaka or something. Like if you drafted Hogger Muradin's not gonna work out so well if you try to do that. So yeah, I think that Muradin's not intuitive. And Gottfilth is not a tank main. Like, Gottfilth went 0-4 on Muradin, but not a tank main. And I think if you're not a tank main, it's very hard to understand how you have to play Muradin for him to be effective. And so I think that's the problem. God, I kind of want to start skipping some questions. There's so many questions. Uh Let's see how many of these we can knock out real quick, and then I'll reassess. Um, when do you go blinded by the light versus radiating faith on Johanna? Cattle was always going blinded by the light. So the best reason to go radiating faith, the absolute best reason, is it increases the stun of the secondary part. The increase in number of targets is kind of meh. Like, it's not that great. There are certain heroes that are really hard to hit Blessed Shield with, notably like Zeratul, Genji, Tracer. If they're standing next to a wall or a minion or a camp, and then you can use Radiating Faith to bless that, and it guarantees bounce to them, and you can use that secure kill, and something we've seen in competitive many times when Radiating Faith was taken. It's pretty good. The problem is Blinded by the Light has such strong synergy with E-Build that it's really hard to give up. There have been competitive fights where they got 3 Blinded by the Lights off in a fight because of the resets. Because you reduce you start with 2 E's. Every hero hit by an E reduces the cooldown of the ability by 8 seconds. That's just kind of nuts. So yeah, there are situations where if you're never going to win the long fight, you really have to play for the one shot. You're into heroes who get really screwed by Radiating Faith. Lucio's a good example of a hero that can be screwed by Radiating Faith, because if the Blessed Shield bounces to Lucio before he manages to R someone, then that screws both his ults. That screws both Sound Barrier and High Five, because he's not unstoppable until High Five connects. So there are situations, niche situations, where Radiating Faith might be better. Blinded by the Light will never be bad as long as you're E-Build, and E-Build is by far and away her strongest build. Because E-Build has too much synergy. Which heroes were prioritized in drafts, and how did teams build comps around them? So we can go here. This is the heroes being picked. So in 32% of games, Blaze was picked in round 1. That means he was either picked first pick or in the 1-2. Next up was Johanna, Diablo, Dahaka, Junkrat, Brightwing, Maiev. These were essentially the most popular early pick heroes by a decent margin, right? And you can see that Blaze's rank 1 win percent, actually not very good. Johanna's very high. Diablo's not so good. Dahaka, pretty good. I think Dahaka's probably, because of his bug fix, actually the best offlaner right now, by a decent margin, so I'm not too surprised by that. And generally speaking, if Blaze or Dahaka wasn't banned, and one team picked one, and the other team would have picked the other, so that's also kind of pushing down Blaze's win rate quite a bit. But I think the answer is they didn't. Generally speaking, you don't pick early picks and try to build a comp around them. You just pick early heroes you think are basically strong and fit into multiple different styles of comps. I think out of 90 heroes in the game, I think 87 of them are pretty good, but I think 40 plus of them are niche and are probably only pickable as literally like last pick or in the 4-5 in competitive. So the heroes that go at the top are heroes that you don't need to build a comp around. You just pick them, and they synergize with so many different heroes that you can build many different styles of comps. And I think Johanna, Diablo, Dahaka sort of fit into that very well. Diablo can play for all in with Q build, as long as there's not too much percent damage. He can play sort of a wall tank with W. Johanna can play for picks every 60 seconds with Blessed Shield. She has wave clear the tank lot. You can pick low wave clear heroes with her, like Genji and Tracer, without having to make your macro more difficult. You can have a relatively easy macro game, but still have these really powerful teamfight heroes. Blaze is, Bunker is a really good button into a variety of heroes. Junkrat has tons of wave clear. He has poke. He has high map uptime, and he can all in really well with Riptire. So you can play him for a variety of different things. And that's sort of the answer to drafting is you don't pick the strongest heroes at the start. You pick the most versatile heroes at the start so that you can build your comp however you want based on if you pick a hero at the start that only fits into one comp, a good drafter should be able to counter you. Statistical outliers this tournament. Medea performed very well, but only in 4 games. Cassia performed extremely well. Actually, look at some Cassia drafts. Someone specifically asked about why Cassia was performing so well this tournament. And so Cassia performs really well when you have a cleanse. Cassia's statistical win rate in competitive when she has a cleanse versus when she doesn't have a cleanse is actually very different. And also, she's really good into heroes that just do lots of little bits of damage. So Tracer and Junkrat are like absolutely terrible into a good Cassia because even if they can outrange her in some cases, which they can with certain talent choices, they can't really outtrade her because she'll just keep walking at you and eventually you run into your buildings. And yeah. So again, cleanse, win. So let's look at the losses. Sort of an educational. So here we have the cleanse support. We have the minimum amount of wave clear, right? We have 2 heroes that can wave clear. But we're into a Vikings, and that's a little bit tough for Cassia to be like the only ranged hero that is countering like a 4-man push. And Genji kind of wants to be the float. Actually, this game, 12-10, this game is pretty close, to be fair. That game is a stomp. Yeah, where are the losses? She only won 70%. There must be some losses. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Cassia is not very good into Maiev because her relatively short range makes it actually easier for Maiev to get resets. Zagara has the percent damage thing going on, so her armor matters quite a bit less. So that's you want to not get punished for clumping, ideally. You want to not be into too much percent damage. And you want to have a cleanse support. And under those circumstances, Cassia is pretty good. Because she just pumps. She pumps a lot of damage. And she has a very bursty build with Q build. She has a very high sustain build with auto build. She even has pretty good wave clear with Fend level 1 now. And that also actually does like enough burst, especially if you can get people to 50%, that she can play for picks, which is interesting to see. She has 2 like really versatile alts. Look at her talent rates. See what people were picking. I should say talent pick rates. I saw some crazy value off the Pierce down on Q build. Yes. The best cleanses for Cassia are cleanses that are actually unstoppable, so she can guaranteed keep moving. Soft cleanses, if there's another CC that immediately comes in and starts messing with you, that's bad. The whole point of cleanse on Cassia is not just to dodge damage, it's to make sure she never loses her armor. So obviously Uther, although you have the armor stacking issue. Lucio is fine with high 5. Rhaegar is fine because even though it's only half a second, it's still a real cleanse. Anduin is not good. Because even though Anduin gives you a real cleanse, it pulls her out of the fight. And generally speaking, because of her short range, getting into the fight is like one of the hardest things about Cassia. So you're already in there, and now you're pulling me back out. Like you just walk back in. Like it's frustrating. Can actually, I wish I could filter this to be by role. That would be pretty cool. Unfortunately, this is just not a large enough sample size to be meaningful. But I do think, for the record, movement speed is better than attack range almost all the time. And people debate this constantly. It's like, well, if you have attack speed or attack range, you don't need to be as close to the team, so it's easier to keep your spacing. But if you have movement speed, it's easier to maintain your spacing even if you do have to stand slightly closer. So, that's a good answer. Why is justing style double support suddenly more popular in this tournament? Is it due to more scrimming and players finding it good? I actually don't know why justing style double support was so popular this tournament. It was more than like one or two teams doing it. I assume people just started scrimming it and realized it was good and like made adjustments to how they play. Because one of the problems, again, we talked about this a little bit. One of the problems with comps like that is they're really hard to learn. So you have to put a lot of practice into like changing how you think of fight's going to go. What is your take on Blaze post patch after seeing the tournament? Blaze is slightly worse, and people need to start changing their talents. So, Adrenaline Stimback used to substantially speed up his wave clear. It still does a little bit. But I do think I've always thought all his level 1s are good, and you should be picking each level 1 based on the game you're in. We saw at Miami there was a Korean Blaze who was taking new habits to like counter the Lucio matchup, and he would just D before he E'd in, and Lucio couldn't boop him anymore, and that was pretty good. All of his level 1s are good. You should take the one that's going to fit the game you're in. If you're playing some sort of like heavy burst comp, you should be taking Neural Stimpack so you can get multiple E's off with Collision Course. If you really need to be clearing waves and you're under relatively little threat, Adrenaline Stimpak is still the best level 1, but how often is like that the case? Right? If there's a lot of knocks, you need to be playing new habits so that your E can still get consistent value because people are going to counterplay it. I would also like I'm really not sure how much you need Incinerator Gauntlets anymore. It does speed up your wave clear a little bit, but like Oil Dispersal is so nuts in fights when Nanomachine Coating is good. And let's be honest, if Nanomachine Coating is good, then Blaze is good, and you should pick Blaze. Remember, most of our games we saw Blaze picked early, so we didn't know Nanomachine Coating was even good when we picked Blaze. Maybe that's sort of the problem, is we're seeing Blaze picked early when you should be picking him later when he's like actually countering things and not being countered. And again, I don't think his Dahaka matchup is currently very good, either in lane or in fights. So Dahaka being high priority sort of pushes Blaze down, and it pushed his win rate down. Juggernaut plating is insane as a talent. It does have a button tax that is hard to use. I think if you really want to be good at Blaze, and for Blaze to be high impact, you should pick a game where Juggernaut plating is just going to 1v5 the draft, which happens a fair amount of the time. And then you have to be good at actually using it, which is not as easy. But I think Blaze is still okay. I do think he's a little bit more niche. I don't think he's first pick material anymore. Before, like during CCL, someone first pick Blaze, I was like, yeah, that's fine, it's Blaze. I don't think he's there anymore. I think he's just weaker enough that he's like a 2-3 pick when you already, or maybe when you already seen their offlaner, you can pick him if it's an okay matchup. Which post HCC tournament do you think got the highest level of play? CCL, and it's just down to hours. The number of hours people play is always going to impact the level of play, because it's going to impact consistency, and consistency is a huge thing for bringing up the floor. There's definitely situations where like teams do something, and that's where I'm like, oh, that was really good. Maybe that's a level of play you would have seen in HCC, but it's not consistent. Which players? Oh, so this question, I don't know. This question's weird to me, but I'll try to answer it. So we essentially have multiple questions based on how valuable. Can I make this any bigger? Valuable players were. So who is the strongest representative in each role of the tournament, and what sets them apart is a tough question. Because like Cattle is by far and away the best Muradin. And I think Cattle is arguably the best tank player in the tournament. And I think the thing that sets him apart is just his sheer experience. But I think that's the only role where I can be like, yeah, Cattle's the best, and everyone else is just one step worse. I think you could argue like Tremor has slightly better mechanics in some cases than Caterpillar does, but Cattle's just always pushing his buttons when he should be, even if like sometimes he misses a skill shot or is a little bit slow. Like Tremor can hit something that does nothing. Is that better? I think it's worse, in my opinion. But everyone else sort of has that. They're good at this, but not at this. They're good at this, but not at this. And a lot of these players have invisible value that has nothing to do with the role. You can shot call from any role, theoretically. Like if I say Dino is a very good shot caller, that doesn't factor into whether or not he's a good range player. Right? That's not. It doesn't matter. It's not specifically to. I think my pre-draft conclusion was that if I get Cattle on less than $9, I can't win. So I think so. One of the other questions that was asked was who was the most valuable player for their price, and like a lot of people are like, well, obviously the $1 players like Chaotic performed extremely well and only got for $1. Nano performed extremely well. So I think Cattle arguably was the best player for the price. Because I think having the best tank for anything less than your maximum budget is kind of ridiculous, actually. I think everyone should have driven the price up more. Valimar at $14 though is a fucking steal. Like holy shit. I think Valimar is arguably the best support player in the tournament, and certainly in the pool of players available, he was the best support player. And $14, like for the record, the only reason we didn't pick up Valimar in CCL, even in season 1, was because his scrim schedule didn't work. We did a lot of pre CCL player interviews, and we talked to people like, what is your schedule availability? And Valimar's schedule just didn't work with ours, unfortunately. With like literally the rest of the team. So Godfilth for 30, based on what his actual performance, was actually pretty overpriced. Godfilth, and I think that's just Rust. It's not a comment on him as a player. I'm a huge fan of Godfilth's play in general. I was a huge fan of him in CCL. We actually almost picked him up for our team in CCL in season 2, but it's 2 or 3. But it's just didn't work out. But Rust is something that cannot be argued with. It just cannot be. Did any team exceed or fall short of expectations during the tournament? I wouldn't say any team did. I've never really seen Bloodcool play before, at least not like competitively. Obviously, I've seen him in streams on Ladder because he's a GMEU player. Bloodcool massively exceeded my expectations. Well, how effective were Madara's scatter arrows shots throughout the tournament? So I only looked at one game because the other replays where he played Hanzo Desynced, and I didn't want to do it without tools. But they were pretty good. He had in the one game I looked at, he had a 60% team fight scatter accuracy rate, and he actually did one really neat thing where he used scatter to kill Bunker in order to secure a kill, which I counted as a hit, even though it didn't hit any heroes, because he one-shot Bunker because it was on BOE, so he had W4. IB, I don't know. IB at $50, I think, was pretty fairly valued. I don't think he was overvalued, and I don't think he was undervalued. I think if IB gets in between like 45 and maybe 60, he's being pretty fairly valued. Were the recent, yes. Answer that question. For the money, have you been more impressed with Valimar or Funds? Valimar. Which players were paid too much for? Okay. No tank should be worth more than cattle. So Tremor got paid $1 too much for it, at least. For the record, I think Funds at $1 was a steal, but having the best support player in the tournament for $14, when I think support is arguably the second most important role in competitive, is a pretty good deal. It's a pretty good deal. Oh my god, there's still so many questions, guys. We're going to take a moment to appreciate Nasmus. So Nasmus is in the bush. The camp's being invaded. W's. Dodges the W. That also dodges the vision. Watches back in. They don't know he's there. And we get that 16 drag value. Oh god. Okay. I told myself that I would do this. So okay, what game was it? Was it in the playoffs? Yeah, I think it was this game. But they lost the camp. Okay. I really so I watched this. People want to talk about stop hopping. For people who don't know what stop hopping is, Lunara has a mechanic where she gains speed and then loses speed during her hop to basically make the animation look nice. That's the way it works. And during that, she gets
Battle commencing in
she gets slowed by 50%. So we're not seeing the slow by 50% here. There it is. She gets slowed by 50%. If you hit stop or hold before she drops the 50%, you will essentially cut that part out, and you will marginally increase her speed. So the intended speed for something like Hippie Hop is 130. Galloping Gait is roughly 180. If you do this perfectly, you will theoretically get to 230. You cannot do it perfectly. So the actual speed from testing is like 215%, where it's supposed to be 180, which is a 35% increase. And for Hippity Hop, it's theoretically a 13% increase. And for actual, and for base stop hopping, it's only an 8% increase in speed. It's very, very marginal, even in the best case scenario. So there was an incident in the later game where people got annoyed by this. Like, even if you're doing it correctly, it is very marginal. And you can theoretically actually slow yourself down if you mess it up. And I didn't want to watch the whole replay, but unfortunately there's a part at level 20 that I think is very important to talk about, so we gotta fast forward through it. But that's what stop hopping is. Everyone's on the same page, we understand what stop hopping is. It allows Lunara, in some circumstances, to move very slightly faster. The most faster she can move is when she has Galloping Gait. And in order for this to work, you have to hit stop or hold roughly 3 times per second, and it's 4 times per second for Galloping Gait. So 180 BPM, I wish I could play this fast as Lunar. And if you watch, like, I have it up on stream the whole time for a reason. If you keep an eye on the target range, every time it goes to, like, you see the red flash, that's a bad movement that was not stop. So, like, not stop hopping here. Not stop hopping here. Right, so we're not really, Madara doesn't really stop hop in fights. It's just like too difficult. We occasionally do rotations. A couple times this game he did it on rotation and messed it up. He messed it up in such a way that it didn't cost him extra time, but effectively he didn't get the benefit, even though he was actively trying to do it. And I think actively trying to hit a key 3 times per second and changing and not just clicking for movement, having like hold down. Because the way you do it is you hold down the mouse button on where you're moving to. Because it's easier than having to like spam hold and then re-click the movement.
Killing spree. I'll help.
And so there's two aspects of this. This isn't intended. This isn't like the Phoenix W trick where the designer of the hero made it so this was an intentionally possible thing. But it is sort of very similar in the actual mechanics, and people are calling it an exploit or a bug. It's not a bug. Like, the behavior isn't intended, but everything is working the way it's supposed to be. Bugs are when something's working in a way that's not supposed to be. Like, nomenclature is very important, not a bug. It's an exploit if it's more powerful than is intended for the hero. But stop hopping has been known about for several years at this point. Spazzo has proposed a fix that he thinks would work if someone wanted to fix it, and the janitor hasn't fixed it. And I think that fix is almost 3 years old now. Yes, we went over that earlier in the stream, folks. You missed so much. So here we have the stop hopping working, and he gets to this wave literally 8% faster, which is again not a huge amount.
Killing spree over.
Become the fire.
The enemy just destroyed a fort. You're down a fort.
The reason Sam players don't think it's the strongest is because most Sam players finish the quest relatively easily. So, like, it makes it easier. It makes it better for everyone who's bad at Samuro, essentially. But anyone who's good at Samuro generally didn't struggle to finish the quest in an SL environment. In competitive, it's a little bit different, as we have seen on the stream.
For now.
Okay. So here's the spot
I have seen enough.
that I think frustrated people the most. Please let me click on the Please let me click on the Okay. So Lunara Z's here. Bear in mind that by default, Galloping Gait is already giving you 180% movement speed. And actual stop hopping speed is increasing that by 35% at most. Right? That's if you're theoretically optimal. So Yaboy is getting absolutely run out here. And I just want you to look at the thing. So we've had a second of correct stop hopping so far. So theoretically, our movement speed is 35% faster than it would have been. And there, we missed it. We did it again. And now the Galloping Gait is over. We're not stop hopping correctly here. We missed it there. Missed it there. So I want to do... So here we have it again. Missed it there. Missed it there. Missed it there. Missed it there. So here we have... There was a pause during this. And here we have an instance where Madara basically missed all of the stutter stepping on Galloping Gate. Or stop hopping on Galloping Gate. So that's just how fast Galloping Gate is normally. So everyone was like, oh man, he's moving so fast. That's just what Galloping Gate looks like. So I think it's funny that that's the thing, that's the part yeah, boy, was complaining about when he actually missed it. That's just how fast Galloping Gate would be without that, because he kept messing it up. So yeah, I understand the arguments that it's unintended, but it is genuinely very difficult. Oh, you were complaining from earlier? Okay. Well, he did on the we've seen him stop hopping Galloping Gate 3 times this game. Only one of those times was he consistent and actually got the full 35% move speed. The other times he was inconsistent, and it got normal speed, and the time before that, oh, it's easy to detect if someone's doing it. Oh, it's very easy to detect if someone's doing it, because you can't do it on accident. I mean, people do use hold and stop, but you know. Okay, if that's your frustration, that's more understandable to me. But I don't think stop hopping should be banned, personally. I think it's mechanically difficult, it's interesting, and the advantage is very marginal. The advantage is only non-marginal, in my opinion, with Galloping Gate, but that means you're sacrificing your 20 for... And Lunar has extremely powerful 20s. So giving them up to pick Galloping Gate instead... Yeah. And again, like, Minara's practices a fair amount, and he's still not able to do it consistently.
I didn't start this, but I'll finish it.
But if a tournament wanted to ban it, easily enforceable. I can easily review a replay and be like, yeah, this person was trying to stop up. And literally, it's as easy as clicking on them and fast forwarding, and if that number never goes red, like, hello? Or it goes red less frequently than it's supposed to. Like, you could literally do it at times 8 speed, I think, and it'd be relatively consistent. I wouldn't ban it personally, but if a tournament wanted to ban it, it would be relatively easy to do so. Answered in Valamar's interview, so I'll save it. Finals game 5. Just ban Mater. Oh, it's finals game 5, not grand finals game 5. I see. So, lose your record, folks. Call him the Cavalier enforcing. No, it can't be this, because this was the 3rd place decider. Oh, winner bracket final, maybe. Yeah, okay. No, it can't be this either, because there's no Brightwing in this game. Okay. I can't answer this question because I don't know what game it's from. This is not from one of the finals. Oh, there's still so many questions left. I'm going to tell you, my favorite question from this tournament was the ones that were easy to answer. So one of the questions someone asked was, what is your favorite question? It's the ones that were easy and did not involve having to look at the entire replay on stream. Those were my favorite questions. Oh, it's grand final. You're right. It's game 6. It's game 4. Yes, 100%. Nancy Pants, you're so smart. They said around minute 20. They could not have meant around 20. There's no way they meant that. Oh, no. They meant in the early game. Always provide a timestamp if you can. It makes it much easier to answer questions. To be fair, the hardest question so far was from you. Was this in the early game? I think this might have been in the early game. The question is, if Brightwing Z is top and Polly is Dahaka, will Dahaka die? But it wasn't time stamped. And usually the answer is no, because Dahaka can just hit D and be fine. Like, it's really hard to gank a Dahaka, because you have to 100 to 0 him essentially twice. Which is very difficult to do. I haven't seen Brightwing Z top yet. Does this happen in the very, very late game? Did I miss it? Because only like Brightwing's not here, so Brightwing's here. This Z happens. And you have Essence. Even if you get Poly, there's no way. There's no way. You can't. Unless a DPS is there, a Dahaka is not going to get ganked when they have Essence. You don't damage them fast enough to kill them before the CC chain wears off, so they can't hit the D button, and they hit the D button, and they're going to be fine. Not how that works. I mean, if that's the question, then it's much more difficult because it wasn't time stamped. I know, Elite Sparkle. I know you want to need to pick up specific questions, but the reality is that I love all the questions. I love that you guys appreciate my analysis. In game 4, is it this game? Oh, I know. I have to. The Abathur Uther game. Wrong one? Wait. Oh no, other hat. I was like, I don't remember a game. The favorite questions for the friends we made along the way. Yeah, we actually looked at this game earlier, right? Where Kira forgot to switch that, and this is one of those things I'm talking about with consistency. Kira plays a lot of SL. Kira plays a pretty wide variety of heroes, and then he plays both ranged and offlaners. He's good at all those heroes, but he's playing Ariel, and one of the little micro things you need to be really good at with Ariel is constantly switching the hat to the correct target. So if Vala dies, you got to switch it to the next best target that's near you, which maybe is Joe, maybe is Uther. I actually am not sure. If it was on Uther and Joe was available, it's probably wrong. So like this is one of those things. This is the thing I'm talking about when talking about if you make your hero pool as small as possible, you'll be a more consistent player. If you make your hero pool very big, even if you're very very good at the game and very good at like a wide variety of heroes, you'll forget to do little micro things, and that will cause a problem. I definitely would not be at all surprised that Cure not swapping the hat back caused them to not have enough healing. I don't want to go back and look at that game because we already looked at it, but think of the hope you could generate with Johanna Burning Rage. I will ban you. I'm just putting that out there. Oh, we actually have a second question about this game too, which is, did Cure's team? Yes. The answer is yes. So, and I looking at this was honestly one of the most frustrating things that I think I've ever had to do. Funds is W4. I don't know why Funds is W4 on Shrines, but it's really hard to steal the things without Q4, because Q4 as an explosion is just much better at stealing. So we'll look at all the shrines here, and like Q has a shorter cooldown, and it does more damage, and it does it in an unblockable way. So Q4 is just objectively better at doing the shrine than W4 is. The only reason you would go W4, actually no, you would never go W4 entrance. And so here they should be way ahead, but they're actually like even. And I think I looked at this. I think they would have been, and it's not a zero sum game, right? Every shrine minion that you get is one the enemy team could not have gotten. So if Funds had gotten 5 extra shrine minions from Q, they would be at 31. But that also means that Team Yaboy would be at like 23. And I think when I looked at this first shrine, I saw at least 7 minions that I'm pretty sure would have been dead to Q. So it would have been like 33 to 22 here. And 33 to 22 is like very favorable numbers. And then they just straight up lose it. I'm assuming this was a misclick, because I don't think anyone thinks that W4 is better than Q4 on Shrines. And a couple of these it didn't matter because they just straight up won the fight. Absolute chaos, by the way. Everyone is so low. Funds, tell me this was a misclick. Even if you're lying, just tell me it was a misclick so I feel better. You have no idea. Okay. Oh, back to players that were overvalued. Players who ended up getting dropped from the team were definitely overpaid for, because if you paid any amount of money for them and then dropped them, that was bad. I legit played so bad for this grand final. Aww. Happens to the best of us. Stress is hard. For the record, chat, if we answer 2 more questions, we will be down to 2 pages remaining, and we still have a 1 hour pre-recorded interview. With Valimar. Okay. The rest of these are pretty easy. Team Nintora versus Team Lee in game 2. I should have done a better job of making sure these were sorted into group stages and then finals, because we're popping back and forth, which I think is a little bit annoying. I did consider splitting the stream into 2 parts, and then I told myself to suck it up and get it over with. So the first question is, was this Diablo too aggressive in the early game? And the answer is yes. Diablo, A, doesn't really want a team fight until he has full souls, and B, doesn't really want a team fight until he's level 7. And you just never want to do that. Like, you never want to go hard in the paint. Like, if someone's overextended, sure, just like whatever. But you have Diablo, like, and the sad thing is Diablo's not the one that got punished there, right? The Maiev was literally just like, oh, we're going, and stepped up. But yeah, the person who dies is not always the person who started the fight badly. I'll put it that way. YouTube is lagging on me. Timing with the wave, very nice. The downside of timing it with the wave here, or timing it to counter their push, I should say, is that every second you wait, you're making it so that the next objective, you might have to wait for it. This was fine. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. That is fine. You can be if someone's like literally walking up to your gate, just flip them over to Diablo, that's fine. But you generally don't want to go out too hard on the map. And like this, I would argue that this is like a little too aggressive, even with the camp coming in. And I think he legitimately could have died there. Or he had just done the throw a little bit better. But now, now we're level 7. Aggression is fine. Every single Diablo build sort of gets its most important tool at level 7. Everything else is great. You get the thing you really need at level 7. Everything else is just like an optional thing. Oh no, this is the wrong game. Because the other game we're talking about had VP in it. And the question was, should it be... The other question was, should it be VP APOC? What game was that? It's still Nintori versus Liam. No Zeratul there. This is game 2 of the upper bracket semis. That's confusing because it was also Dragon Chair. Man, APOC is really good. APOC is really good in Stukov. Because if you APOC when he's channeling his silence, the fact that he has to cancel it actually sucks for him real bad. Okay. Same thing here. Though, you really don't want to be aggressive early. So, that's fine. That was a flip. Diablo's not doing anything. It's just like 1v1ing a Falstad. He has the right wing, though. That's fine. It's nice that he saw everyone else showing on the mid-wave there. So he knew that was relatively safe. I don't think Gio was expecting the Blaze. I don't think Diablo played too aggressively here. Most of this was when he stepped up, he was heavily outnumbered. He's just sitting in the bush. I don't think this is too aggressive. You definitely should not be aggressive as Diablo in the early game. So they're playing for the one-shot. I don't know if playing in... Again, we had the same discussion earlier. I don't know if playing for the one-shot is good when you have an AA Zeratul, because I think AA Zeratul's primary thing is split pushing. And you don't want to play for the one-shot when someone's split pushing. You want to play for stall as much as possible so that damage can add up and the fights go for as long as possible. So I would be okay with this being VP APOC and Q build. Diablo if it was also Q build Zera and Sarah was going to come to fights. But if it's AA Zera, I would rather this were W build Diablo because it gives you more sustain and you can play for longer fights, which will start to add up. In the late game, I would expect this to go like they're relatively even on structures. I think it's just going to come down to a boss fight, but Teams Liam has better boss control tools, so theoretically they should win that. But not if Hogger gets instantly one shot. That's the game. Team Kira versus Team Boy, game 3. Would you go Lightning Breath for loop? Chromie should never be looping you. Also, if I'm going Q build, I'm 100% playing for the one shot. If you're gonna go play for the one shot like that, you gotta go APOC for the stun. This is the rest of your like Lunara doesn't have any CC really. Blaze has some CC, but he's only so if you don't go APOC, you have just stun into Poly and that's it. And you don't have the kind of damage that can 100 to 0 most of these targets in that window. Unless literally your whole team is there as 5. So. Also, you can just pop Spell Shield. Like, even if you get loot, if you just pop Spell Shield and... Oh, but we're not Spell Shield. We're actually Devil's Due. Devil's Due into Chromie Q build Falstead. I don't like that either. That's... No one asked that question, for the record. Which would have been a good one. Team Kira versus Team Boy, game 3. Like, why is Fun's trolling by killing the wall is literally the question. 11:18. So that's 6 minutes. The Talent Mafia strikes again. Is it this game? He only gets armor from level 4 if he actually gets the Q, right? Like, it can't be this game. No, it definitely is, because this is the game with the pause. Is the timestamp? I don't see Fun's killing a wall here. Maybe the timestamp is wrong? Oh, is this another weird thing? Where they meant map 2 because it's actually game 3 on the score? Yeah, I'll bet you that's it. Okay. What's this hitting a wall here either, though? He's just hitting the wave. Fun's hitting the wave here is fine. I don't remember which game it was where there was a big pause. But there was like a big pause in like the middle of a fight. I think it might have been this game. And the question is, how does that impact Kira's mental state? Kira himself has like a lot of experience being competitive, so even if he was tilted by a pause, he would probably be fine. In most cases, it might like annoy him, but I don't think that would impact his play much. There are definitely players who have been like mega tilted by people pausing in situations. I don't know about the rest of Kira's team. Like, I don't know about Bloodcool's competitive experience. Brandon seems like a relatively like mentally strong player in my experience. Buns apparently thinks he played really badly. Winners semi game 3. Thank you, Fancy Pants. This one. But this wasn't. This was versus an Entori. Oh no. Game 3. Okay. Was Funds really just randomly hitting a wall? Okay, so it wasn't this. Oh, but there was a pause here, right? There was like an insane pause at top keep. Yeah, but according to my notes, these questions were from the same game, so I'm very confused. Yeah, there we go. So I think the reason people ask this question, I remember this. I think the reason to ask this question is because Cure did a funny later on in this game. And I think people were asking if Kira was tilted because he did a funny. But the funny thing he did was actually pretty smart. You guys ready for the funny? Okay. So the Protector is coming. It's an open core. The Protector can potentially end the game, but they have Leoric and Vala, who are both very good at nuking the Protector down. Vala with Manticore, Leoric with Drain, even though he is E-build. Side note, I don't think E-build was correct here, but it's like a different issue. So Kira does something really smart, which is as the Protector's coming in, the less damage they get on the Protector before it gets to the core, the more likely that they can end the game. Good. Kira baits everyone into running at him by hunting to the minion wave, because he just got vision of it, and is going to try to W and then Q to the core in order to bait everyone away so that the Protector gets to the core with more health. And he thinks he can get away with this. Like, he doesn't realize he's about to die. And then I don't know if everyone noticed that, but the core hand came for him. See it starting right there, and the poly. Like, honestly, I think if the core hand doesn't spawn like that, he actually does get to the other side of the core and is probably probably fine. And now they I think it spawned early because he placed the heal thing. Yeah. I think that it won't start spawning until something is in aggro range. He also could have moved sideways, I think. And like as long as he gets to a position where he can Q the core but not into the path of the hand. Like the slow from the poly basically screwed him in multiple ways there. So I think people think Kira was tilted from the pause and then into. But I don't think Kira was tilted. I think that was just a really smart play that, because of a variety of little tiny things not being done perfectly, did not go well. Funds doesn't get the hands there because Fun goes Bolt. That's true. I mean, honestly, Bolt would have been great there. All right. "30 minutes, Team Kira fully backs to defend a level 16 Bosch, pushing it full HP onto their core. Is it better to ignore it considering the ultra core mechanic?" So basically the question is, Keep is guaranteed to die no matter what. Right? We're getting bottom boss, they're pushing. Keep is guaranteed to die no matter what at this point. Should we all back? Like, the keep is dead here, almost, right? Like, they can't possibly be saved at this point. But what would you do instead? Right? Like, they just did a boss, so presumably they're not full health and full mana. So, if the enemy team had kept pushing, which they probably won't do, right? They can't really end because of the armor. That's, like, not realistic. But what would you do instead? Push with your boss? I think arguably having, as long as the enemy team's envision having one person pushing up with this to push the wave up so that this boss is likely to do more damage is fine, but then you can't really also force a team fight. Because, like, everyone on red team is top. So, like, here, Tracer would have to go into a bush and back. She would have gotten... And look at the wave. The blue wave is sort of stranded. But if you back, you get to full health and full mana, then you can potentially, force the fight under very good... force the next fight under very good terms. I do think it's a little safe. It's, like, a little safe. But I don't think it's a bad call, per se. And, some players prefer to play a little bit safer. Some players prefer to play, like, a little more aggressive. It's just a question of your calculus, right? Like, risk versus reward. High risk, high reward. Most people are like, yeah, maybe. But everyone is like, low risk, high reward? Oh, yeah, give me that. But this was like low risk, low reward. Like, the wave gets pushed up a little bit more. You're not likely to die. And I don't think any of those is inherently, like, better or worse, right? But I think doing the calculus is very important. Kira does hate risk. Kira is a very conservative player. So I don't think they need to back his 5 there, but it also doesn't hurt that much. Okay, they should all be game 2 questions of this set. Yes. Is this a Sundering or an Earthquake game? So I think of Sunder as a pick duel. Like, Sunder allows you to essentially split a fight in half and go for a pick, even in a 5v5 scenario. And it really punishes non-cleanse supports. So this is 100% a Sunder game, because they definitely do have the options, especially with mind control. Like, sundering someone into the Sylvanas and then Sylvanas mind controlling them is... again, I only really think Earthquake is definitively better unless you have some sort of, like, super wombo combo around the slow at level 20 with Earth and Shields. And that's... I mean, it's Garden. They're probably going to get to 20, but I'd rather have Sunder. Who utilized camps better in the first 3 or 4 minutes of the game? I hate Garden of Terror camp optimization, for the record. So the thing that really frustrates me about Garden of Terror camp optimization is it differs depending on which side of the map you're on. So, like, your game plan for your camps early is different depending on if you're left or right. Because the first thing always spawns bottom, and it's always going to spawn bottom right or bottom left. If you're on the right side and it spawns bottom right, well, then you can stall that for a really long time. And if you stall it, then you probably want to camp pushing. But the problem is bruisers don't push very well on their own without, like, heroes there. You generally get bruisers to enable your team to push, or, like, even a single hero to push with them. So if you choose to stall it out and get this around, like, get the bruisers at, like, 245, you generally need someone there. Whereas if it's bottom left, well, then it's really easy to go get Siege at 245 for blue team, and that's, like, a really credible push all on its own that can legitimately do a lot of damage to structures. So there's more reward for left team if it spawns bottom left to precisely timing your camps than there is for right side. If you're right side, I honestly prefer to get bruisers instantly as soon as they spawn and push with that as hard as you can. But generally, by the time the camp dies, the thing will be up. And that also pushes blue into getting their siege early, generally to help defend the bruisers. Because the siege is really good at defending the bruisers if you cap it in such a way that it starts hitting the camp when the camp's at the wall, because then the siege are hidden behind the wall and they can do a lot of the clearing for you. So all of these camps are late. I genuinely think that if you're not doing a camp at minute 1, considering how many camps there are, that's probably a mistake. No one started a camp till minute 20, but we do have the bruisers camp first for red team, and I do like that a lot. And then here we're gonna get, this is picture perfect. The siege is gonna get. The siege walked past the wall. If we had held that cap on the siege for like 3 seconds, they would have been behind the wall while DPSing the wave and the camp pushing, and they would have been completely safe, and it would have been so good. And then middle siege gotten pretty early by Team Kira, gotten pretty late by Team Notori. I'd say it's a wash. I'd say they both did a pretty good job. They were both late to start their camps because there was a combination of brawling plus being a little bit slow on clearing the waves because they were brawling. Garden is far and away the hardest map to have really crisp camp timings on in the early game. It's just it's tough because your first 3 waves basically have to be completely perfect in order to actually get to the camps, and you need to almost you have to know who's going to be doing the camp in advance so you can pre-rotate and already be there. But they both came out of this hitting level 7 at roughly the same time. No one lost a whole wall, I don't think. Yeah, a little bit of damage. I think Kira's team did more structure damage, so they came out on top. And Team Notoria's mistakes were fairly small, but it doesn't take huge mistakes to end up slightly behind on structure damage. But yeah, I don't know. Do any of the players in chat enjoy optimizing garden camps? Because I just hate it so much. Is Soulcracker the right pick here to interrupt Dahaka's Q? Can Johanna punishes his blinds? Would heavy impact with Stukov's puddle have more value? Would Thunderburn plus healing static give Murder more survivability? Or is Reverb? Reverb is definitely the pick here. We went over Murder talents a little bit earlier. But I healing static. This would be the picture perfect game for healing static, right? Because you have 3.5 melee heroes essentially. Rhaegar is sort of melee. And let's look at a fight. Let's see if Porky jumps on people. I just want to see one late game fight. I realized they were out of position, but it's not like they were dead. Why did we give this seed for free? That's a wild decision. Okay. God, reset on Riptire would have been pretty good there. I think that it only hit 1 target there, but I think it could have hit 2. Okay, so we held. So there's 2 people there. Porky would get so much healing if he had been healing static. He would have done less damage. When did he activate Stone Form? He's not tapped, right? Is he pre-tapped? Oh, he is pre-tapped. Okay. So he pre-taps. We have to keep an eye on his hot here to see when he activates Stone Form. Although he might have activated Stone Form earlier with Avatar, and it's actually on cooldown. And in fact, he should have activated it earlier, because if you have the Avatar active, you should be Stone Forming with it. He probably would have died there anyway. I don't think the extra healing from healing static would have done it. I don't know if he should have stayed in that long. I think he probably should have jumped out much sooner. I think Skullcracker here is fine because a lot of these heroes don't like being interrupted. But is this one of the stronger drafts we've seen from both teams? I like both drafts. I'm not sure I would say that they're stronger. I think for the most part, drafts this tournament were pretty good in the sense that they were usually heroes that the people playing the heroes could actually play unless they were subs. And that's like the minimum is everyone should actually be on a hero that they're good at playing. Highly specific question here. That can't be. The question doesn't make sense. Could Johanna and Sylvanas have killed Junkrat here if they had played better? Junkrat's not even on the same screen as them. I think this question was meant to be, can Sylvanas live if Sylvanas plays better? Huh. I knew there was an Abathur question. I just got mixed up in the order. Okay. What was the idea behind the Abathur pick? So, generally speaking, Abathur allows you to have a lot of burst potential anywhere on the map because Abathur hat is essentially global. Maiev is pretty bad into Abathur because being down a body makes it so that it's harder for Maiev to get resets. We've already talked about how important Maiev resets are. For the record, in this game, Funds, if he had gone pinned down, actually would have finished pinned down because of Ultimate Evolution. If you go Ultimate Evolution, you actually reset the reason that Abathur is good into Maiev because Clone is a heroic body and does count. So if you're going to do this, use Abathur to counter Maiev, you actually have to go Monstro. And it's one less. The extra healing from Abathur's hat also makes it slightly less likely that Maiev gets resets, including the shield, which again is something that doesn't work if hat isn't on, and if you're clone, then hat goes away. So I think that's the idea. If you're going to do that, you cannot go Ultimate Evolution. You have to be Monster, and get the hat 20 rolling. Alahanza feels so bad. Yeah, I like Abba Muradin quite a bit. I think it makes your macro harder, but it ends up being better in team fights to have a mobile tank as opposed to something like Johanna, where your macro is very easy, but Johanna is like only a good hat target because of Condemn, pulling people in. But Hanzo is not really the hero you want when you have an Abathur. Also, there's no good clones. You should go basically unless you have a very specific situation where like cloning a Rhaegar or something really wins you the game for some reason, like having a second cleanse just like auto wins you the game, which can happen. There are only 5 heroes that I think are good clone targets, and they are like Genji, Zeratul, Jaina. If you're not one of those like very short list of obviously broken clone heroes, Zeratul, just don't pick clone. Monstro is a very good heroic. You should have gotten speed 1. Yeah. I understand. So this is the immortal thing, right? You think you could be immortal here with adaptation? I don't think adaptation is good here. I think you need more damage too. Like your comp lacks a little bit of damage with the way Abathur Hanzo interact with each other, not really upping each other's damage very much. Because normally you put Abathur Hat on like a Genji, it ups Genji's threat a lot. Yeah, your comp lacks threat is the best way to put it. You could have upped the threat with different talent choices. Even Murden arguably could have upped his threat with Haymaker. Did we really need this for camps? I didn't think your camping's not that bad. You always are worried about getting invaded. Oh my god, we're down to a single page of questions. Oh my god. Hero versus Notori game 4. Abba Dahaka is actually pretty good together. Because Dahaka like has an aggressive amount of damage. If he manages to catch someone with tongue, like walking through a bush or something, you call for hat. You can actually 100 to 0 people. Well, some people. Because you have between ISO and tongue, you have enough of a CC chain to almost kill someone. Like Abba gives you that little bit of extra. You need so you can play for like interesting picks. They are both globals, so it's not Kira versus Notori game 4. Okay, I'm reasonably certain that it's this set. Oh, we actually looked at this. We looked at this game already, but there's even more questions about it. When did Ariel use her E? Oh, there. Ariel wasted her E there. No, because Diablo's already being dragged. He's too low. You don't want to engage when you're already low on health. Was this a leap game for Sonya? No. No. You can't play for picks like that into double support unless you have an enormous amount of burst. And the best burst they could have is if Chromie went W build. It's not enough. Was this a massive shove game for Stukov? Okay. I am of the opinion that theoretically massive shove should always be the pick, assuming you are perfect at Stukov. Like your positioning is always perfect, and like because you can always if you can make it so that you get like a really long shove, you can essentially make any fight a 5v4. And if you make any fight a 5v4, that is an insane thing to be doing. Hyde was of the same opinion, and that's why he always goes shove. And like the number of like playmaking things you can do with shove is just insane. Slaps is always going to be easier and is always going to be more consistent as a result of that. So I think in like a theoretically optimal environment, shove is really good here. Is it the pick? I don't know. Being able to slap away the double support comp, because you have so much time to realize, oh, this person's gonna die, and then you just. I think it's almost impossible to get any kills, and we saw that happen like multiple times, right? Where they try to get a kill, and then just we were looking at the game earlier. Oh, every other question was one we already answered. I don't know how this happened. Some questions got duplicated. so they were actually in multiple sections. Which is super annoying. Team Kira versus Madara game 3. Just to confirm. This is a groups question, right? Because I don't think they played each other. Yeah, they didn't play each other in bracket stages. I'll take a moment to be like, by the way, to be like, this has been a really cool, like having a group stage where everyone played each other and then a bracket is really nice. 6 teams, I think, is a really good amount for the amount of competitive players that currently have on NA. Like even with 6 teams, we were struggling to have enough good tanks, right? So like the number of teams combined with the way the group stages worked, I don't know. I think this was a really good format for a tournament. There may be another one in June. Awesome. So it's right here. Should Hogger shockwave the Lucio or the Muradin? So we're shockwaving the Lucio to make it so he cannot cleanse the Muradin. Right? We are not personally contributing damage to the Muradin kill. We're hoping our team can get the kill, but in order for that to happen, the Muradin needs to not be cleansed. Now the Muradin's not going to get cleansed anyway because of the root positioning. So in that sense, I think shockwaving the Muradin was actually quite a bit better. But then we also stun the Lucio to like interfere. And so instead of it, by doing that, we made it so we got neither kill. But I think the thought process is we're upping the chances of getting the Muradin kill by not letting the Lucio get the high 5 cleanse in. Yeah, boy versus Team Mason. Whenever you see a situation like that where you're like, why didn't they go on the focus target? Think about if they were doing anything to make it more likely that the focus target was going to die. Yeah, boy versus Team Mason game 3. I think this is lower bracket finals. Zagara, yes. What do I think of Dahaka staying bottom against Zagara in the early game? The value of Dahaka on Dragonshire is like the fact that you can always come to the fight mid or the fight bottom, I think. Or you can walk there because there's so many bushes. It's relatively easy to walk. You actually have like most of your speed most of the time as you're rotating. So I don't like that. Junkrat is an okay matchup into the Zagara. He struggles a little bit with the creep, but he can, safely clear the wave and keep everything off his towers. And it's like very, 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 very easy. So here we have the Z happened. And then Dahaka just stayed here. Now, I think this is fine because of the camps. Dahaka's not staying bottom versus the Zagara. Dahaka is in the offlane. Why is the offlane bottom right now? Well, the offlane's bottom right now because the entire team went top. Why did the entire team go top? Because there's a camp pushing. Most offlaners cannot clear camps on their own, even in 1v1, even if they also have a camp. And so it's easier and better for everyone involved to do a temporary lane swap, put the offlane bottom temporarily, people go top, and then as soon as the camps gets cleared, the next wave after that, they should do that. Especially when you're against a team that has more push potential. And any team with Sylvanas has more push potential, you need to do this swap. So I think it's fine that Dahaka stayed bottom. Like the alternative would have been having Junkrat bottom and Dahaka walks back top. But is Junkrat or Dahaka more valuable in defending against a push? Well, obviously ranged wave clear is more valuable in defending against a push, and Tracer's not contributing that. He does end up dying there, but that had nothing to do with the lane swaps. Rate and comment on the Bruiser Camp invade by Team Yaboy around. I don't know about this. This is a lot. It ends up working out. So let's go back. They get their camp. Cattle is hovering. He's like, they haven't done their camp yet. Let's go check and see how close they are to finishing their camp. Cattle pokes around the wall. Notice he doesn't jump around the wall. Taunt happens. Cattle sees how close the camp is to being done. Mind control happens. Daka barely lives his essence. Now here, Mason's team needs to like immediately decide if they're playing. And this is something I literally, when I coach a team, I'm like, do you guys want to play for points or do you want to play for kills? When you camp, it's like these are fundamental things you need to discuss. Do you think a camp is more valuable or a kill is more valuable? Would you rather lose the camp and get the kill? And it honestly seems like Zergling sort of stays on the point. And I think Zergling could have, like, he still has R. He could have like jumped here and started knocking people about, but he's taking his job seriously of being, oh, I'm the one who has to sit on point first. So they're playing for the point, and like Mason Blaze is backing up here, and you can see, but like you can't win the point into a Junkrat anyway, right? Why would you? I think he should have just dove in if they're gonna fight. Gothfield ends up getting completely isolated. Varian has extremely limited mobility. No one gives him a dash target either. Like Zergling could have given the point here, given Gottfeld a dash target, and you lose the camp, but they all get out. That would have been better. It really didn't seem like Team Mason were on the same page about what they should be doing and what they should be playing for. And as a result, Team Yaboy gets a free kill and a free camp. Mostly thanks to Cattle scouting. Like, Cattle scouted that so they knew the exact timing. And then I don't understand why they keep fighting. The keep fighting is like the worst thing ever. Because you're already 4v5. Why do you keep forcing this harder? Dino should 100% be able to get this kill. With Cattle tanking the towers. Like, I think Team Yaboy punished literally every mistake Team Mason made there, but I do think Team Mason made multiple mistakes to make that as bad as it ended up being. But like, you should, and again, I talk so many times. If you're not engaging with the enemy team, you can't punish mistakes because you're not there. So by Cattle just going there and being like, "Are you guys going to mess this up? Can we get something? Can we make something happen?" Is good. Also, the taunt was pretty bad. Again, one of the main things you always want to think about, Ruin too far, is only use your engage if the damage can reasonably follow up and look for a kill. So like this taunt, Zag's like way down here. Even with the mind, like they get so close, right? If Zag had been there from the taunt mind control from the very beginning, that kill happens 100% of the time. But they taunted before Zag was there, and as a result, didn't have enough damage to kill that target. If that had been like a Tracer or something, taunting there is fine because they have enough damage to kill a Tracer. But without the Zagara there, they didn't have enough damage to kill the thing. And that's something like tank players need to be very good at knowing how much damage they have directly behind them and how much damage it takes to kill the person that they're initiating on. And if they don't know the answer, and then they can't engage consistently. DW from Urella just die. That is true. I don't know what Zergling was doing. It really, I keep saying, Zergling looks like he was playing hard for the point. He knocks you but doesn't D it. And if he just finished charging it, you would have died. Like, if he had started charging it at the right time. super awkward. Super, super, super awkward. If Dahaka actually expected that he could die there, he should hit D as soon as Varian charges him, assuming the taunt is going to happen. But I actually think immediately D'ing there was actually wrong because I don't think they had enough damage. I don't think it's reasonable to think they have enough damage. Because again, Dahaka is pretty tanky. Pretty tanky. Oh my god, that's the last question. Oh my god, we did it. Stream's not over though. After 4 hours and change of answering questions, we do have a 1 hour interview with Valimar that has been pre-recorded. I'll be airing now, and I'll see you guys live in an hour from now. Enjoy the interview. This is our pre-recorded interview with Valimar for the Captain's Clash show. And a lot of people asked a lot of questions about Valimar. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a webcam, so we're going to do it with just me on the screen. But welcome, Valimar. Thanks for doing this. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thanks.
Good to hear. Good to hear. So the people who don't maybe know about you, what is your history? How did you get into playing Heroes of the Storm?
So the way I got in was way back in the alpha. My brother got an invite, and he initially showed it to me and said, "Yo, we should play this." And I remember looking like, "This isn't like that fun." But later on, we kind of ran out of games where we played together because we played together a lot back in the day, and I just decided to download it. And I found it more fun than I thought. I started out with a noob. Then I eventually moved on to Chen, which is that's the hero like I'm initially known for one trick, and I became a Chen one trick for quite some time.
So how did you move on from those into playing supports? Was that something that happened when you got into competitive, or?
So initially I tried to main tank, and whenever I tried out for teams, I was not very good. I was way too passive on tank. I'd say that still kind of applies. I think I'm just too passive, but I think I failed every single tank tryout. So I said, okay, that's not working. So that's when I became a ranged assassin, and I think that's when because I finally got picked up for teams. I initially started in Chair League way back then.
Yes, I remember Chair League.
Before that became like a paid thing, and then a lot of people will stop playing Chair League after that. But initially, it was like you could get it for free, and I can't remember the team I was on, but I was a ranged player for it, and sometimes I would flex Chen, and that was about it. And then I eventually got into a team called Team Cynics, which I think we played some HEC open match. We were a good team, but we eventually did hit a point where I don't think any of us were improving and disbanded, but I was a ranged assassin player for it, mostly auto attackers. And at some point, I got recommended for trait value, but I was gonna play I can't remember what they were called before it was trait value, but that was Troy 1010.
Oh, I know what team you're talking about. What was their name?
Siru. It was Troy 1010 Siru.
I don't remember the name of the team.
Yeah, I can't remember either. It was too long ago. Katie Cat was a manager for it, but at some point they were initially doing tryouts for someone else, and that person didn't show up. So I think their support was not there, and they said we need like an emergency sub. Can you play support? And I said yeah, sure. And then I guess I played really well. Block like actually you're pretty good at that. Can you want to stay as support? That'll guarantee your spot if you do that. And I said yes, and that's kind of how it started.
See, it's something you sort of
support.
fell into, not something you consciously chose. So you moved from tank to range to healer, and like you wanted to play tank, and then you wanted to play ranged, and then you ended up on healer.
Yep.
Just to secure a spot on our roster. That's really interesting. And you've been playing support since 2018 then, and never really swapped off of it?
Nope.
So getting into the Captain's Clash tournament. I don't know if you know this, but you played 27 games in the Captain's Clash tournament. I'm actually gonna stream this for you so we can be looking at the same thing. And 11 of your 27 games were on Malf, which means you played more than twice as many Malf games as anyone else. The next highest person only played 5.
Yes, sir.
Why are you playing so much Malf? Did you just think he's strong in the meta right now, or is it something you're personally just very good at and you feel comfortable in?
I'm pretty biased for him. I think Malf is like what people think Rhaegar is in competitive. So people always call Rhaegar like the Swiss Army knife, right? Like he does everything good. And I think competitive wise, I think Malf is like that version of Rhaegar. Rhaegar, uh, Rhaegar leans in that more in like Stormly, where like you can't really control your teams, but when you can control your teammates, I think Malf does it better because like wave clear, you should have your team should build for that, and they should build for camps. But Malf has everything like he has CC, actually better CC than what Rhaegar has, so he works in like blow up comps. He has sustain to deal with poke. And a lot of games go late, and I think Malf is like the best level 20 healer. Because after level 10, 13, 16, 20, they're all significant spikes.
I can see that. So that's interesting. And the next most hero you played this tournament was actually Brightwing at 9 games, where you had the lowest win rate of all of your things at 44%. Do you think Brightwing's not in a good place meta wise, or was that like a draft issue?
It's awkward to say. So initially we were playing the Brightwing a lot because our team found it pretty annoying playing as Brightwing, and that was a hero we were struggling a lot into.
Ah,
But and it was going Brightwing had a big win rate for us in scrims, but I guess it didn't go well in the Cap Clash. I think one big problem with her is like the Haka is so strong, Fallset's so strong, and Brightwing loses to both of them pretty hard.
yeah.
They clear way faster than Brightwing, and if you can send Brightwing off to Split Soak, but at the end of the day, you are sending your healer off to Split Soak, and sometimes you want Brightwing around to poly to save somebody, and if Brightwing's not there, then she can't do that.
Or even just poly
So
to follow up on a CC chain, right? Like your ability to get picks goes down if you send your healer off.
yeah,
Well, it's like sending a CC hero off.
yeah, it hurts you offensively and defensively by sending Brightwing away, and it's like obviously it's a tool in her kit that she can use other supports in, but it's not like you always want to send Dahaka away, you always want to send Falsat away because they only benefit from it, but there's some negatives to sending Brightwing away, which I think is one problem she has over every other global.
Well, do you think that people are maybe over considering her global then? That she should be spending more time sticking with the team than going off somewhere?
I don't know, it's hard to say because like that's again a strength of her. One big problem also is pretend she's a horrible healer. Her main heal is really telegraphed, and yeah, it's big, but it's on a CD, and her trait is just at competitive level, it just doesn't feel like you're being healed. So pretend she is so bad. Is one big problem. It's probably not punched enough, but pretend she's horrible. It feels like you're not a healer till 10 sometimes.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, and you didn't play too much else. Like, you did have a slightly different Rhaegar build
Oh yeah,
from
my
the meta.
my regular build is pretty weird.
Which leads me to my question is how do you what's your process for deciding on how you're going to build? Do you look at what other people are doing? Do you look at win rates on heroes profile? Is it a lot of testing? Do you ever manually review your replays?
Uh, I try to look through the logic between what's like the standard, what's not standard, and then compared to like what the hero does. So Rhaegar is like that Swiss Army knife again. Like he just kind of does everything. He doesn't really excel at anything. He doesn't have any like super dishonest thing outside of AoE Ancestral. The AoE Ancestral is like the only really strong thing about Rhaegar. Everything else is kind of just like he kind of has like an answer to everything. It's not the best answer, but he has an answer to everything. And my build kind of reflects that because you always want Rhaegar on the map, and you don't really want him to back, and you want him to be safe because as you go up in the ranks, attacking his Rhaegar is usually just a really bad idea. I go with the level 1 wolf because the movement speed lets you stay out of like threat ranges.
Mhm.
And if you're in like a skirmish standoff, you can stay out of wolf And if you see like a Diablo's approach or something, you can instantly go into your wolf and like get that 40% move speed. It also makes it you really hard to body block that like burst, that sudden burst. And the armor in conjunction with the movement speed has saved my life so many times. And the level 4, Rhaegar's 4 is just, it might be in contention for one of the worst talent tiers in this game. Every single one of his level 4 talents is like actually horrible. The healing totem healing like doesn't really matter. It's so low. The Q heal, it's conditional. You have to be below 50%. The heal is low. And not only that, but it happens over 5 seconds, which is a long time. So it's definitely not saving anybody. And the W talent's only good in W build, and it's conditional because you don't even get the movement speed. Well, the
Yeah.
movement speed only happens if it's damaging someone, so you can't like use it to make someone run away. Like a Lucio speed does like bury people away.
It's
So-
only useful if it's being used aggressively, where you're running at someone.
Yeah, and there's like the best cases for is like Illidan and Greymane, but like Illidan doesn't need help chasing people, and it's kind of nice for Greymane until he gets level 13 movement speed, and then he doesn't need it anymore again. Like the use cases for that level 4 are just so weird. I don't know what hero consistently gets help from that talent, and yet they have to be right on top of them. So I just go healing totem because it's unconditional, and if worst comes to it, I can throw it in a bush for vision, which is I did that a lot of the Capital Clash games. My team would be pushing, I just like throw a totem somewhere. There's also like a lot of niche cases where like if you're doing your camp on Dragonshire or the Bruisers, you can throw your healing totem over the walls to scout if people are gonna jump over that. So that's like really good for vision. Well, really good. Like, Rhaegar's level 4 doesn't matter. Like you could pick any talent, doesn't care.
Well, actually,
And
I agree with you that the utility of the healing totem is really high. And actually, when we were doing Inside the CCL, someone asked, like, is this actually healing the most? And consistently, healing totem was doing the most healing by almost triple, like the average amount of healing outhealed Q4 by like 15 to 20k per game.
Yeah, Rhaegar, you kind of want to heal off CD, so you don't want to wait for people to get low. You just kind of want to like everyone takes like a bit of poke and then you queue it, so you don't usually reach that threshold for the 50%.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I don't know. I think your build makes total sense. So I think it's interesting that that's off meta to some degree.
Yeah, I'll explain the rest of the purification. It's just a lower CD for cleanse. That's the main thing. I don't use the shield break. I don't use the 40% hit reduction ever. I usually get angry if I misclick my cleanse on someone. I'm known for complaining about it. I'll try to cleanse someone who's getting charged by Diablo, but Diablo gets in the way, and I'll say I fucking hate this hero, and I try to cleanse the person. I hits Diablo. But the burst heal sometimes is nice because someone can get stunned, you can burst heal them, and then you can give them Earth Shield. And Earth Shield is like really important in my build.
Yeah.
Because Rhaegar's healing is like nice for squishies, but it's not good for tanks. His only real like way to heal tank spell is like Ancestral, but Earth Shield kind of lets you counteract that. And I guess in like firefights, the Earth Shield like shield is a nice buffer for your healing totem, I guess. Because healing totem's like only really good on like tanks. Like
It also
Unleash
buffers
Missiles
Ancestral,
together.
right? Because Ancestral has that 1 second delay.
Yeah, that's like the old case for Earth Shield, but giving Rhaegar like a way to have like prevent damage before it even happens is nice. And then Earthgrass is kind of the only like consistent level 16. I saw there was a few bite talents taken this season. Cavlash is probably only used against Diablo.
Yeah, let me double check that to make sure I'm not lying. I don't think they did very well on average.
I know Banana picked it. Banana picked a bite both times he played Rhaegar.
Yeah, 6 games for respect. It actually did okay. It won 4 of the 6 games. No one asked a question about that. I'm gonna have to look at that during the actual show. So for anyone who's watching the show, remember that Valimar gave you this extra question, bonus question.
And I don't have the increased range from the totem, but the wolf run speed lets me get into positions to drop a Earthgrass totem in the enemy team.
The thing I find really interesting is that it was on the old version of Rhaegar, but during HCC, he also had a level 1 talent that increased his movement speed at level 1.
Yeah, Wolf Run.
And that was meta. So it's interesting to me that people weren't considering that talent, and again, it's considered off meta to be picking it. It's interesting
Yeah, totem build just seems so weak now.
after the
I mean,
after the
15%
nerfs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It used to be you could deploy Arthas as a Rhaegar. Just throw an Arthas in the middle of their team. But now 15% attack speed and 15% spell reduction. You have to hit so many enemies for it to matter. And at that point, probably the only thing that matters is the spell power reduction. I don't know how much 15 attack speed reduction does now.
Attack speed's something that's really hard to analyze objectively because there's a lot of cases where someone's so like a good player is so used to a certain stutter step speed that they'll actually clip their auto when you attack speed reduce them, and so they'll end up missing an entire auto, which is effectively 100% attack speed reduction. But if they're not doing that, or if they're turreting, like they don't need to worry about it, so they can just stand still, then attack speed reduction, is getting the maximum amount of value that it should be getting normally. It's one of those things that's very difficult to analyze. It's inconsistent in value because a lot of it depends on the skill of the player being slowed in many cases, which is awkward. So we're going to look. I picked a mouth game since there were a lot of. There's been a lot of interest in your mouth play in the Discord, and you performed better than pretty much every other mouth in Imperator, except for Nintori, who only played it twice. So sample size bias in Nintori's favor. So I thought we could look at this and maybe go over your thought processes. And I apologize for the game doing that. Oh no, it didn't work.
Prepare yourself.
Do not work. I just looked at this earlier and it worked fine.
Is it because a new PTR patch came out?
No, I literally just looked at this earlier. So there is something odd, and I don't know why it happened, but this is not an old version of the game, right? This is the current version of the game.
Yeah, I guess so, because this PTR patch right not out yet.
Yeah, but it's telling me that it is an old version of the game, and it loaded an old version of the game. But then when I was looking at this earlier to make sure it didn't desync, because I'm using Spazzo's tools to make sure that I have like the additional information. It played fine, and then just here it broke. Let me try reloading that again. I apologize that we're adding a delay to a pre-recorded interview, but I'm sure no one watching really minds that much. Okay, that's good. I'm probably gonna get blasted by the sound again because HOTS really needed a dedicated engine built from the ground up to be a MOBA engine. There's so many features it's missing compared to other MOBAs that feel very important. I don't know if you've played other MOBAs very much.
Yeah, I played a bit of League, played a bit of Dota back in the day.
No, we're just not gonna get.
It's weird. Did you get the downloading prompt like it was an old replay before?
I did. Oh, I did. I got the downloading prompt like as an old replay before, but I did not get. But it worked. Like when I looked, I literally just did this an hour ago just to double check that this would work. Let me try doing it from the switcher instead. Because there's a thing you can do where if you exit out of BattleNet and load the replay directly, sometimes it behaves differently. I don't need the exact stats, but the stats are fun and educational. This, of course, was one of the games from the finals. I I thought about looking at that Volskaya game, but then I decided against it because everyone values their sanity.
You don't want to watch such as Hex Simulator.
Yeah, that was the I believe that was the longest game in the tournament at 36 minutes, and that was pretty wild. Like as games go, just how long that game ended up going, and how impossible it felt for both teams to like get an advantage and end the game. Was that game actively stressful to be playing in? It looked very stressful. Like it's the worst combination, right? It's like boring plus stressful, like nothing's happening, but you can't make any mistakes or the game will end.
I think it wasn't too stressful for me because with the movement speed, it's easy to read dodge checks, but I can probably guess for Brandon and Funds, there's a lot more nerve wracking because it's kind of on them to perform. I just need to not get hooked.
Sweet, it worked.
The battle
Nice.
begins in
So one of the things
10
about
seconds.
Mouth that I always talk about a lot is queue up time, and I'm afraid you're not going to do it.
5, 4,
I know before the gates, I'm gonna do it.
2,
Yeah.
1.
So, yeah. It's actually one of the things that the Blue Beetle always did during HUC, and he had the best stats on Mouth, even though he didn't have his team didn't have the best win rate. Was he would actually queue at -6 seconds, and then at -1 second, and then he would mount. But this is something I do think you should be doing, regardless of the exact timing, is queuing before the gate opens. And a lot of mounts don't do that. Did you pick that up from somewhere, or is that something you figured out on your own?
I was watching when you're inside the CCL things and you mentioned it.
Okay.
I started doing it.
That's really important. And here you're rotating the queues. Do you have an order you prefer to put the queues on? Like by role or by hero? Obviously.
Main thing usually is it depends so much on comp. Like if you have a hyper carry, obviously they go up in priority. If you're melee heavy and they're good in your melee heavy, your melees take my priority. But the main one is usually tank first because even if they're not fighting, giving them a queue just so like they can anchor bushes, and if they get surprised so you can cleanse them is always really important. But main thing with queue up time is, you know, those MMOs that have like if you're a DPS character that whenever your big DPS button comes off, like it's a 5-second CD, you want to hit it as fast as possible.
Yes.
Like I don't know, like Hunter Kill Command. If you're a BM Hunter, whenever Kill Command's off CD, you want to press it immediately and get it back on CD. That's regrowth. Whenever regrowth is off CD, you need to queue somebody.
So how did you develop that habit then of making sure that you're queuing on cooldown? Because for a lot of people, there's like a mental load aspect where it's very difficult to be constantly focusing on that and positioning and all this other stuff.
I played WoW for a long time. For like, I started WoW like in early Classic, and then I quit in Lord's Banner. And I played a BM Hunter, and the main thing for a lot of Hunter stuff. All 3 specs had a button where if you ever wanted to maximize GPS, you had to hit it immediately. And so I had an internal timer for all 3 of them, where if ever was off, I would, without thinking, just press the hotkey. And I guess that translates over to mouse regrowth, where if I have an internal timer for it, and if I know it's up, I need to find someone to queue.
So like here, you're not able to queue anyone because the only person in range is Cure, and you like started to walk towards Brandon, but then Brandon walked away. And eventually you just refresh the queue onto Cure, and then it goes onto the new rank. So do you ever have to say on comms, like, you have to come to me to get a queue? Is that something you've acted?
I just say their name, and I just say Leaf, and they come to me. Brandon also. Brandon was the one that like of him. He would like come to me for queues, just like without thinking. He would ask for a leaf. He would take the leaf and then he'd go anchor a bush. So I guess the team you play with, they usually learn it, so they'll help you with it. But you should usually position yourself in a way where you can queue people as long as it's safe. The main thing that it's important to develop for that is because of 13 and 16. It's really important you have like a 4 queue threshold. That's the magic number. Because with 4 queues, it's so hard to kill him off with Nexus with Miss. And 4 queues, your Moonfires just heal so much, especially if you get a double hit Moonfire.
So do you ever the enemy comp is not the best comp to go against it, but W heals based on the number of enemy heroes hit. So do you ever hold your Q and or hold your W rather and hope that there's going to be a bigger clump, or do
Yes.
you just so we're gonna so we actually have
Main
a,
thing is,
I don't know if you know about this, but Cascon asked Spazzo to implement a specific stat tracking for Malf. So Moonfires that hit 1 hero, 2 heroes, 3 heroes, 4 heroes is actually a stat that's tracked.
the main thing is if the enemy is trying to blow up someone, like a one-man Moonfire at that point isn't going to cut it, right? So like I need to look for like multi-man Moonfire at that point. The main thing to like look for is if they're diving on someone. It usually depends on comp, but if they're like melee heavy, you want to hit the bruiser and the tank. Or if they're like a stun blow up comp, they'll stun one of your teammates, and then their support and their range will both step up. And usually they happen to step up together, and you can Moonfire them because you're not the kill target and they won't go for you.
So like right there, that was a huge clump. I'm not sure if you hit it. Like right there, like if you could W right there, it would be a huge heal.
I think Funds has E down, so I think I kind of assume he's dead there.
Try for it. And I think that actually, yeah, that's your first Moonfire that hit two or more people.
Yeah. I wasn't going too hard for that one because I was pretty sure Funds was dead. His E, he E'd in. He got
Yeah.
I don't have cleanse yet, so he's dead.
Is that something you feel it's hard to do as a healer? Or did it come relatively naturally to sort of triage and be like, well, that guy's dead, I can't heal him, versus there's a chance I can save him, so I should try harder.
Yeah, I think that just comes down to playing the specific. You know what when you play that specific hero, you know what's savable, what's not. Like if I was Uther, I probably would have tried more to save that if I had Q and W up because maybe I can buy enough time. But Malf at that point probably can't. Brightwing at that point probably can't.
So that's not only down to the healer, it's also down to the individual game state. If that was like a level 16 mount, you would probably think there was a little more chance you could save it because of the power spike of 60 mounts.
I would trank and look harder for it.
And this is sort of...
I'm more go for saves after 16 because 16 there's that big heal. If you get like multi-man move for 16, you're basically a burst healer at that point.
And this is just sort of the nature of Mouth in the early game, right? You're just trying to keep Q on people, and if someone's like, if your team's actively fighting, you're looking for W's, but you're never overextending. You're probably not looking even too hard for roots because root costs a lot of mana. And you've actually been very, very good this whole game so far with your roots. I mean, only 2 root casts. Just keeping your mana up because it costs like it costs a lot of mana just to constantly be queuing Mouth.
Yeah. There are some people who say like, oh, if you just like carefully root, you'll like literally never have mana problems on Mouth. But then those people aren't like queuing on CD, and because you're queuing on CD, eventually you're gonna hit a point where you're gonna So like limiting your root cast make it so that you stay. If you root a lot and you queue a lot, like you're just gonna constantly have to back. Like right there, I was worried about dying, so I was looking for a 2-man Moonfire there.
I believe that's your first tap of the game too, right? And talking about mana management.
Yeah. If I'm just being like poked slowly, like I'll look for 1-man Moonfires because they don't need it. But if I'm taking the more damage I'm taking, the more I'm like I need to hit a multi-man Moonfire.
So in that sense, you're really thinking Q is like a mini game you have to play, but W is your actual heal.
Yeah.
And so you're actively thinking about that whenever you're healing. You're actually thinking of W as the heal, but it's weird because for every other healer you look at your team, but for Mouth, when you want to heal, you actually have to look at the enemy team and see how they're positioned and what they're doing, which gives you like another thing you have to keep track of. Really good zoning right here. Fortunately, there was no one that could really follow up on it. But do you think about that's I'm going to delay the dog a little bit. So that's another thing that you have to think about though for Mouth is sometimes roots can be used to actually like zone and choke, and that's yet another positional thing you have to be like thinking about. Do you ever feel overwhelmed when you're playing Malfurion, or have you played enough Mouth that like a lot of these things are semi-automatic?
Playing him a lot has probably helped. I mean, he's still a hero that has like such a high skill ceiling that I feel like I'm always learning on him. But I enjoy like the I think a big part is I enjoy all the mini games I have to play when I play Mouth. Mouth does kind of a bad reputation while healers because obviously there was that point when you had Ice Block where every support you were playing Mouth where you liked it or not. And funny enough, back then I really did not like that iteration of Mouth. I hated playing that Mouth. It's specifically this iteration of Mouth that I really like. He went from like one of my least favorite supports to one of my favorites. He probably is my favorite support now. But back when he had Ice Block, and no one really talks about it, but the bigger problem talent was Illumin's Grace on 4, which was just you have 40% more range. It meant you just played back. You never worried about your position. You never died because you just fired moon. You could Q from your backlines, and it was just Q and root. Moonfire didn't heal, so it was just like it got to a point where I was literally asking myself like, why would I ever Moonfire other than to check bushes? So it was just you had Q, which you kept uptime on it, and you look for roots sometimes, and sometimes you hit Trank. You sat all the way far back, so that Mouth was just really boring. But this one's like way more interactive. I mean, every button on Mouth has like so much interaction. There's the Q uptime mini game. There's all the skill expression with Moonfire. There's the root. There's your position. There's innervate priority. There's innervate targets. I don't know if like anyone even thinks about innervate, but
So I was actually going to bring up Innervate right there because I was actually curious after the engage. So we have the Anubrak going in here. Do you prioritize Innervate for the mana sustain or for the CDR?
CDR, and that's by a significant margin.
Okay.
There's some heroes in particular that are broken with Innervate.
Yeah, I mean, there was a Korean team that did a weird thing with Jaina where they would Innervate her so that they could actually look for picks between waves, because otherwise it's not possible for Jaina to look for a pick between wave because Blizzard is a 15-second CD.
Yeah, because then you have Blizzard. Same thing for like Johanna. If Johanna clears the wave mid on Tomb and you clear it really fast and she goes top, she doesn't have Condemn. But if you Innervate her, she gets Condemned for the next wave, and that makes you push harder. I just recently finished like a doc I have about Mouth Innervate.
Sweet. I'll be curious. I'll be curious to see that.
Yeah, I just recently finished. You want me to like link it to you after this?
Oh yeah, I mean, you can debut it on the show on Wednesday during the interview.
Yeah,
we'll link that in chat right now. This is when everyone's going to be like, "Shoe on head" or pre-recorded. But so we're thinking about it. So you actually you focus on the root here. You get the follow-up CC, and then when do you innervate and why right here? Because it's actually been available for a little bit.
So for this comp in particular, the main things I would innervate is he's Nisha's, right? So this isn't really the best Mouth innervate comp. Maiev would be the best by a significant margin if she had E, because if she goes Pursuit of Vengeance, she gets CDR, and any CDR reduction talents are really nice with innervate because you can make them get multiple ability cycles.
Yeah, essentially double dipping on them.
Because Funds is nice, as he's not as good. So I guess he's still the best, but if we're like pushing a fort, I can innervate a noob for more beetles to tank more shots. I can innervate Kier so he can stack more multi-shots for the late game. That's about it. This is not really the best Mouth innervate comp.
So who did you end up innervating? It looks like you ended up innervating the Maiev.
Yeah, just for another E.
More threat, which actually does result in this pull combo, but it doesn't. Nothing actually ends up happening because of it.
I missed the root, and he's too far in.
I mean, it's a delay, right? Like everything you don't go for is guaranteed to miss, and that was a relatively low risk sort of play. And we have the wall play. here, and you're still so slow. I don't like, for the record, I do not like all the mini games of playing Mouth. I feel like they would take a lot of practice to be consistent at, and I don't find it fun. But pre-13 Mouth feels even worse to me. At least post-13, like you have the movement speed. It's a very different experience in how you're allowed to position.
After 13, like my play for Mouth changes. I'm way more aggressive.
Yes.
There's definitely some comps where like I'll tell my team I'm killable pre-13, but after 13 I will never die. So my tank knows not to worry about me. There's like very few heroes that are like them alone are a consistent threat to like Mouth after 13, like Medivh, Anub'arak, Alarak.
Heroes who can really get to you and then stop you.
Specifically Alarak with Applied Force is really good in the Mouth. No one really plays it, but the problem with Alarak is if he goes Applied Force, if you're in range to Moonfire, you're in range to get grabbed. And I think against a really good Alarak was the only time I've ever hit 10 deaths on Mouth.
Choose a talent, then.
And not an extremely meta hero. Even your HCC, it was pretty much only Rich that actually like played him extensively.
Yeah, that's a little best team. I mean, he's like a really feast or famine hero, which makes it scary to draft him.
So now we're at 13, and we can already see like the difference here. The movement speed, and especially on Tomb, like you don't even need to mount anymore. Like it's actually slower to mount.
If you have 4 regrowths, which is really easy to hit with the level 1, the level 4 Q, you just don't have to mount. The process of mounting up the animation probably slows you down significantly.
Yeah, because it's 1 full second of not moving at all, versus being able to move at even at what three stacks. It's 30% increased movement speed. I don't remember the exact number.
30%, and 4 regrowths is 24% move speed.
Yeah. So you're starting a little bit down, like bottom 4 is gone, but relatively even in experience. It is currently 3 kills to 0, but again, we were prior to Mouth's ability to make saves, really. Now we have Trank, which is a little bit better. We're not 16 yet. We're rooting on the Dis. Another cleanse. And like, look, this is just wild. You went from like here in the fight to get the root, to here to be out of the way, to here to refresh the queue, and it's like you're just zooming around, and you're doing this so well, constantly just putting cues on people, adjusting your positioning, and again, you find this fun.
Yeah.
And this is exactly why I don't like watching other people play Mouth. In many cases, is because they actually don't do this. They kind of stand still. Their cues are late, and it is. Like, if you can do this, Mouth is a very good hero, but if you're not willing to do this, then you'll simply never have the performance.
Big reason the 13% move makes you so safe is because after you Moonfire, and Moonfire's on CD, so you can't heal, you can just walk away. Because you're so fast, you walk away out of the potential threat range, and because you're so fast, you can really get back into range to look for a Moonfire before it comes up.
So it's essentially like a weird kind of stutter stepping at that point, right? Yeah. If you think of W as your AA, when you W and then you move into a safer position and you can move back, and you're constantly abusing the range and the movement speed at that point. Refreshing Q again. And we're almost at that power spike. We're almost at 16. But your job here is just to keep Qs up on people in case something happens. Next Q will be on.
Keep the movement speed on, nothing else.
Another cleanse forced.
Because if you get behind our regrowths, it can be really awkward. It's like, because sometimes like a fight will start and I won't have regrowths, and I'll tell my team like we can't fight. I need to get regrowths rolling.
Ooh. The Sank got interrupted there. And here I wanna No one's actually low when you do this, so you trank very early on here. Is this how you recommend using trank in general?
Yes, trank will not save people. It gives town armor, that's not enough, so you want to trank before damage happens. Kind of like an insurance.
So you want to make sure, basically, you ask yourself the question, are we definitely committing to a fight here, whether you're engaging on them or they're just engaging on you? And you want to hit it as early as possible.
Yeah, the earlier the better, usually.
And you can see, like, well, Bloodcool definitely would have died there if you hadn't hit Trank early, right? He was down to 700 health, and now you're completely out of mana. What do you do in this situation? Do you feel like you have to back? Do you feel like globes is enough?
I think I have tap. Yeah, I have tap. If I didn't have tap, I think I'd have to stay. I would just tell my team to like save globes for me. Getting globes on Malf in particular is like really important to help keep with that time. It doesn't have to be globe towns, but doesn't mean they're not important. So you want to pay attention for globes. Malf is one of those healers that I do tell my team like in advance, like save me that globe. It's because like no matter what you do, you're gonna have mana issues with Malf because you have to regrowth on off CD basically always. If there's heroes around to be regrowth and you're not regrowthing, that's a misplay. So he's gonna have mana problems no matter what you do.
I'm actually curious how many
that
times you tapped this game. So yeah, this is time spent with the regeneration globe active, and they last for 6 seconds, and you can essentially get 2 per minute if you're like double soaking. Double soaking. So that's like, at best, you're looking at 12 seconds of uptime out of every 30. It could be quite a bit less than that. Where is? So you've used the healing fountain 5 times this game, and in a 13-minute game with a 2-minute cooldown, you're like 1 or 2 taps away from literally tapping on CD, assuming you had tapped like as the gates opened by like Wing. So yeah, even with that, it's very difficult. You're struggling a little bit to keep mana up.
I think no matter how good you get at Malf, you're gonna have mana problems, and it's just weakness of the hero. There's definitely there will be times you just have to back.
Does backing on Malf frustrate you because it does reset your Q timers? Essentially,
Yeah.
Like, you have to come back. You come back at full mana, but then you have to reset this process of getting the Q on
feels
everyone.
worse at late game because late game is just so strong.
Or even if you die, right? Like that. Like, there's like he has a ramping time essentially.
If I die, usually like the fight has ended. Like by the time I come back, so it's not too bad. But it's like if I back and then I back and then a fight starts. Like sometimes I feel like we can't fight that because I need to get my regrowths rolling. I'm usually not comfortable fighting unless I have like three regrowths at minimum. That counts the one that's on me.
And here again, you're very conservative positioning. You're like relatively far back until the keep dies, and then there's a little bit of stepping up here. And I notice you're always dodging your front line. So if your front line went down into the right there, you went up into the left. So again, you're always trying to use that movement speed when W's on cooldown to create space so that you're not clumped with anyone. And is that an automatic process, or is it something you're still thinking about very consciously?
That's probably automatic. It's sometimes screwed me over when I split from my team a bit too hard. It's probably something that's also saved me. It's just kind of an automatic thing that I haven't really noticed.
Have you ever gone back and like reviewed your replays when you were learning Malf to be like, should I have gone left or right, or like this is sort of this like the more you played it, the more comfortable in the game, without having to necessarily do manual review?
Very early, there's a few bot reviews, but as I played Malf, I can kind of see what I did wrong, like analyze it really quickly after the game.
So I really like this retreat because you're completely out of mana. I don't think 25% is enough. So did you call this, or did the team be like, we can't get any more?
I call this. I said I was too low mana. We didn't have enough core damage to do it.
And that's something that's really important. I think as a healer player that doesn't get emphasized enough is the healers out of resources. That kind of ends the team fight. Like, healers are the most important role in team fights because they give you the sustain to keep going. So, is that something you've ever struggled with, like being too quiet on comms as a healer and like people not backing when you say?
I would say my biggest weakness as a comp player actually is my comms. I would say pretty much every healer has better comms. Maybe Legacy has better comms. Legacy has better like like chess piece movement comms, and Weary has better aggro comms. And I focus a lot more on my mechanics, so I'm a bit more quiet. I don't obviously like I don't not talk, but like I'm usually quiet. But I think one like hidden strength is if I think something is really important, I will like raise my voice and like calling out like how we lose a fight, like false. We might get gusted. Like I'll call like false side gust if I think we're gonna get wind tunnel in the water slide. I'll get loud when I do it. And specifically when I'm low on mana, I'll call it like. I don't think we can fight this. I'll just call out my mana and I'll be pretty loud. And most of the times, like one of my teams will like double up on it, but like yeah, we can't fight this. Or sometimes they'll say like no, I see something, and I'll just reaffirm like okay, but I have no mana, like it's on you. And at that point, I just have to trust them if they see like it's obvious. But like me saying that, like they can hear like how loud I am, and then they can like think for a second, like can I keep going regardless? And if they can't come up with like kind of like no I can't, then they'll probably leave.
So here we run into a kind of unfortunate situation. So you get the refresh there, and he has it when he gets dragged from the bush.
I have this is on me.
So here's my question: Is this yet another difficult aspect of Malf, where because his cleanse essentially has a global range, it's actually really hard to know when you need to use it in some cases.
I know the reason I didn't cleanse him was because he W'd before he got dragged, so I thought, oh, he's got Force Realm, or he's fine, and I was just wrong.
Oh.
I saw this happening the whole time. I thought he was fine, and I was wrong. I thought, oh, I didn't need to cleanse up, and I should have cleansed. So it was just me greeting.
That's on you. You greeted your cleanse.
Yeah. Mouse cleanse is shorter CD than normal cleanses, so I have no excuse.
So now you're in this unenviable position where they're guaranteed to get turned in. There's nothing you can really do other than not.
There's some times where I do agree cleanses more. Like one mainstream use for Malphite is really good against Hanzo's Dragon Arrow. Yes. And sometimes if like someone gets like stunned, I won't cleanse it because like, I need it for arrow.
And that's something that's important to talk about with soft cleanses in general too, right? Like sometimes another stun is setting up for arrow. You need to save the cleanse for the second stun, right?
Yeah.
The second part of his CC chain.
So does you cleanse Uther stun, and then another stun comes up like Uther stun and Dahaka drag. You cleanse the Uther stun, but as you did that, the tongue was coming out, and then you don't have cleanse for the much more impactful CD. That's drag.
I think that's something that people struggle with when they first get into competitive. Is sometimes when you have certain drafts. Nice cleanse there.
I didn't want to fuck up again, so I just said.
Sometimes when you have certain drafts, like things need to be saved for specific things, and if you don't have them, you simply have to wait until you get it back because you can't win the fight without specific cooldowns.
Because a big part is there's a lot of fights that can just be won because of the Hanzo Dragon Arrow, so it's like a big threat. I think of all the things I've warned my team about in like my career of this game is watch out for Hanzo Arrow. That's probably like the sentence I've said the most.
That's the part of comms you're best at, is whenever Hanzo's in a game, you're like, I know the arrow's coming.
So that and Wind Tunnel, like I'll be careful for Wind Tunnel, be careful of Dragon's Arrow.
So that was
those things can take it.
So that was interesting. Your team didn't really need the healing, but you stepped forward to W the Tyrael. Was this just to maintain vision? Because it does have that lingering vision effect.
Yeah, because you can see his sword if this way.
So again, very very safe thing to do because of your movement speed, and it just gives you a little bit more information.
Yeah, and specifically the Tyrael, he can't punish me. If that was a Diablo, I probably would not have done that.
Or an Alarak.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Alarak, I'd be way the fuck far back.
So I believe this is actually the last fight. And they actually false step flies bottom. Flies bottom? I'm surprised.
I don't think we called this.
So false step flew bottom to make sure that keep was secured. Tyrael doesn't have Holy Ground, so this is not... I'm not sure what they're doing, if I'm being honest. Why?
I think Dino has said on record that he doesn't know why he flew after this game.
Oh, okay. Well... yeah, 2-man root. And, a lot of chasing down here, making sure people die.
We were calling for backs because we were worried about Fall Setting in, but I guess he just didn't do enough damage, so it wasn't really that much of a concern.
I mean, he didn't have a kata, I don't think, right? And
Yeah, he's cute.
the core will kill the... Yeah, and he's
He's auto built.
He's up. So actually, I'm gonna... I don't know if you've ever used Spazzo's tools, so I'm gonna share some stats with you, and I'm curious to see what you think. So you did 2.9k auto attack damage to heroes. Does that seem low or high to you for Malf? Because it feels like you were not.
I don't consider mouse auto attacks against heroes.
Okay. And then a little bit.
If I'm one man moonfiring someone, I'm not trying to hit them dead on moonfire. I'm trying to hit them like the edge of it, like to make me as safe as possible, which is usually actually just outside of Malf's auto attack range. I would say the only time really I auto is like if we're trying to kill someone under a root, like we're really trying to get that kill.
And you're
At that
very,
point,
very close to
auto
them, right? Because like you don't go out of your way.
Like we have them on the back end, so I'm not worried about myself. Like they're gonna be focused on saving that person.
And then most of your damage actually came here because like what's your total hero damage? Your total hero damage is 17k. Literally 12.8k of that was just moonfires.
Yep.
So very, very conservative mouth play. And 1.4k from roots. That's not too insane. 58k healed with regrowth. I don't know if that number surprises you. That's just to your allied heroes. So you healed yourself 6k with regrowth. Most of which is actually, you don't think you ever cast Q on yourself pre-4, so that must all be
No.
in the level
After
4.
you get 4, you shouldn't kill yourself.
Yeah. And then 48k from Moonfire healing. And 5k for yourself. So combined, so you essentially you had 64k healed with regrowth and 53k healed with Moonfire. Does that surprise you that regrowth actually overall healed for more throughout the
A
course
little
of
bit.
the
I
game?
guess the fights were kind of slow. I guess in faster fights, Moonfire would outpace it.
In faster phase with bigger clumps, right? Like their team did not clump. Like the hammer and the false had different ranges, and the Tyrael's super mobile, so he doesn't have to stand on
When they
top
did
of
clump, it
them.
was usually under a saint, and I can't Moonfire them anyway.
Yes. And then 14.9k healed with Trank to allied heroes, and 3.9k healed to yourself with Tranquility. Rest of those are talents. 183 regrowth casts.
The number gets high because I Q on CD, basically.
Yeah, and to put this in perspective, like no other ability in the game, like the next highest number of casts of any ability in the game, I think is 123 my FQs, which not only has a shorter CD, but like has a reset potentially. So like, there's a lot of mouth queuing going on.
He's only casting Q if like he's hitting something. Like if nothing's going on, I'm still queuing. So
Yes.
like even if really nothing's going on, like all the other heroes here would hit their buttons if like something's going on. But I'm like the only hero that if literally nothing's going on, I'm hitting the button.
And then the next one's a twofer. We have 117 Moonfire casts, 81 of which hit at least one hero. So like most of these were not cast in PvE. I think actually there weren't that many that were casted. Like I think most of the ones that were cast were actually just you didn't quite hit the hero, even though you were trying to.
Yeah, there's also a few bush checks.
Yeah, a few bush checks. Only 17 roots the entire game. So we talked a little bit about that. Just a very, very low number. 26 innervates, which that's a little bit more than one per minute. Are you trying to innervate on CD, or is it really just like as a fight's happening, you try to innervate when someone goes in?
It's like the boring answer, but it's so dependent on the hero.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like if you have a Tyrael on your team, like I actually just innervate on CD, and it's always going to him. You interface off CD, Tyrael gets it. Because if you innervate Tyrael, you get more shields, you get more E speed, you get more swift retribution if he takes that. But like, there's no hero on my team that stands out as like a godlike innervate target, so I'm not gonna press it on CD.
Cool. 4 cleanses rather. Apparently this should have been 5.
Yeah.
Only 6 tranks, so not like an enormous number. And then are you? It's always dependent on the game, right? Because it comes down to the draft. But is this roughly what you would have expected in terms of your Moonfire accuracy, where only 8 of them hit 2 or more heroes?
Maybe I would have expected a bit more, but I guess the game was just so slow.
And again, they're not clumping, right?
Yeah.
And then you didn't have any that hit 3 or more or anything. I think this is the biggest indicator, right? That we talked about how you're looking for the clumps, and then you still never hit a W on 3 or 4 3 or more heroes. They just don't. And despite the fact that you only rooted 17 times, you actually rooted 22 separate heroes, or 22 instances of rooting, which means that at least 5 of your roots hit at least 2 targets. Or at least 6 of your roots hit at least 2 targets. That's quite good.
I guess Tyrael would might get hit by one if he's trying to go in for a shield.
That happened a few times. And I think you even had one where both Cocoon and Disc were on 2 separate targets that were like right next to each other. And the root underneath rooted both as both expired.
Yeah, I root Disc and Cocoon early because that way I don't put it directly under it. I aim the root more towards the enemy team because it's going to spread anyway. So like, it makes it harder for Tyrael like going for a shield or anything.
That makes a lot of sense.
Like, I try not to put the root dead on a Cocoon. I like angle it a little bit to like act as a zoning. And by the time it spreads and it leaves Cocoon, like they'll get rooted because the root persists for a few seconds.
Sweet. Thank you so much, Valor. Hopefully everyone enjoyed that in chat. Do you have any shout outs you want to give? Anything you want to talk about before we call it a day?
I guess just show us my team. I had a lot of fun, regardless of we didn't hit the first part, but I really enjoyed it. We got to scrim a lot, and that's always fun.
Awesome. So you were, of course, on Team Cure. To be clear. Oh, actually, I have one follow-up question. How did you like playing with Bloodcool? Because Bloodcool is not someone that we've seen in competitive, but a lot of people were very impressed with him.
I did not play you, so I did not know Bloodcool, but he played very, very well. I started considering there were some games I started considering as Dahaka when Con9 increased my Innervate priority on him specifically. There was a fight I think we would have won it. It was the BOE game, and it was because we got like a stun and Bloodcool was moving into position, but he got flooded well. I think I should have de-shielded Bloodcool just to guarantee the tongue.
Wow.
And there was a fight where I de-shield Bloodcool as he got dried to guarantee it. And there was multiple times I cleansed him to guarantee his tongue.
Okay, chat. We need a new tier list for players, and it's the Valimar Innervate tier list, and it's
Player
if Valimar is willing to innervate you on Mal, regardless of what hero you're playing, that's
CPS the F tier. He dies before the innervate completes.
Oh man. Chat, I want to see some tier lists later. I expect it. Anyway, thank you so much, Valimar. It's been great having you. This was so much fun to do. Hopefully you had a good time as well.
I did. Thanks for having me.
And we're back to the live show. And hey, we are back to the live show. Look at that. That's going to be the end of the stream. I'm going to send you guys over to Ultralisk, who is currently playing some HOTS. If you want to check him out and say hi. Remember, this is a stream where we never lose. We always win. And we learn something. Learning is always a win. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Have a good night, everyone. And Merry Christmas.